Charlie Baker 405124. German Battleship Bismarck. Interrogation of Survivors. August 1941. Naval Intelligence Division, Admiralty, SW-1. The following report is compiled from information derived from prisoners of war. The statements made cannot always be verified. They should therefore not be accepted as facts unless they are definitely stated to be confirmed by information from other sources. Table of Contents. Section 1. Introductory Remarks. Section 2. Officers and Ship's Company. 3. Admiral LÜTJENS and Staff. 4. Early History and Trials. 5. First and Last Cruise of Bismarck. Preliminary Movements. Action with H.M.S. Hood. Pursuit of Bismarck. 6. Sinking of Bismarck. 7. Details of Bismarck. 8. Bismarck's supply ships. 9. Other German main units. 10. U-boats and other vessels. 11. Naval bases. Appendix 1. Officers known to have been on board Bismarck when sunk. Appendix 2. List of survivors of Bismarck. Appendix 3. Translation of a diary belonging to Maschinenmaat Willi Gräf. Appendix 4. Translation of a diary belonging to another survivor of Bismarck. Interrogation of survivors of the German battleship Bismarck, sunk at 10:37 on Tuesday, 27th May, 1941, in position 48 degrees by 09 north and 16 degrees by 07 west. Section 1. Introductory Remarks. Out of a total of between 2,300 and 2,400 officers and men believed to have been on board Bismarck when sunk, only 110, including 4 officers, survived, and of these, 75 were selected for interrogation. The inexperience and youth of the majority of the survivors, many of whom were under 20, precluded much reliable information being obtained. Most of the survivors had only knowledge of their own part of the ship, and prisoners emphasized that neither officers nor men received more information than was required for the performance of their own particular duties. It was evident from interrogations that much information had been purposefully withheld from the ship's company. The very extensive subdivision of the ship into watertight compartments hindering an exchange of information which might otherwise have become common knowledge. Prisoners admitted that they had from time to time received instruction on security, and they had been carefully prompted as to what their attitude should be as prisoners of war. The effect of this instruction was more apparent in the case of the senior ratings, who were naturally possessed of more detailed knowledge. All prisoners were reticent about matters which they considered, or had been told to consider, as secret. Prisoners, through their propaganda, had been given to understand that they would be fired at helpless in the water after abandoning ship, and they were accordingly much impressed when they found this was not the case, and in fact they were afforded every consideration in the rescuing ships. Considering their exceptionally severe experience, it is remarkable how well the survivors withstood their ordeal. In the ensuing narrative leading up to the destruction of Bismarck, incidents in the enemy ship have, as far as possible, been associated with those occurring at the time in British units engaged, as recorded in official reports. Section 2. Officers and Ship's Company. It seems probable from prisoners' statements that the normal complement of Bismarck was between 2,100 and 2,200 officers and men, and it was suggested that this relatively large complement was due to the elaborate subdivision of the ship into watertight compartments. In addition to the admiral and staff, probably numbering 75, a prize crew, Prisenkommando, of 1 officer and 80 men had been embarked. The total number on board was given as between 2,300 and 2,400, and it was stated that more than 100 officers were included. A list of some 50 officers known to have been on board is given in Appendix 1. The commanding officer, Kapitän zur See Ernst Lindemann, was born on the 28th March 1894 and entered the Imperial German Navy in April 1913. During the 1914-1918 war, this officer had served as sub-lieutenant in the battleship Bayern, and after the war was promoted to lieutenant in 1920 and lieutenant commander in 1925. In April 1932, he was promoted to commander and served as instructor at Ship's Gunnery School, Kiel, and following his promotion to Fregattkapitän, or senior commander, in October 1936, he served in the operations section of the Admiralty under Rear Admiral Goos. In March 1938, he was promoted to captain and became head of the training division of the Admiralty. Captain Lindemann was known to have been in command of the battleship Deutschland in July 1939, but it is not known when he was appointed to Bismarck, and it is thought that he assumed command when commissioning on 24th August 1940. Captain Lieutenant Freiherr von Mollenheim-Rechberg, the senior surviving executive officer, had joined the Reich Navy in 1929 and underwent midshipman's training in the battleship Hessen. In 1935, he was promoted to lieutenant, served in the 1st Destroyer Division, and qualified in gunnery. In 1937, he was second in command in the destroyer Richard Bateson, 1st Destroyer Division, under Commander Gadot. In July 1938, attaché to the German Embassy in London. On the outbreak of war, von Mollenheim-Rechberg served as first lieutenant in the 1,625-ton destroyer Erich Geiss, which ship took part in both battles of Narvik, being finally sunk. It has been stated that this officer was not on board for either action, as he was acting as adjutant ashore to the German commanding officer, and later some blame was attributed to von Mollenheim-Rechberg for the failure of the shore defenses. During interrogation, however, this prisoner insisted that he was on board his ship during the second action and was obliged to swim ashore when the Erich Geiss was sunk. From conversations, it was ascertained that von Mollenheim-Rechberg had acted as staff officer to the commanding officer of Bismarck from December 1940 to March 1941, and the impression was given that he was more interested in social activities than in technical matters. During his service at the embassy, he had acquired a good knowledge of English and had a number of acquaintances in England. Captain Lieutenant Engineer Lieutenant Commander E. Junak, the only surviving engineer officer, was a turbine specialist. Having been previously employed by the Gestapo, he was found to be extremely reticent and warned survivors, even whilst in the water, to keep their mouths shut. 2 other officers survived: Nautisch Assistant Lieutenant L. Blazer, the junior meteorological officer, and Fanrich, engineer midshipman, E. H. G. Stigler, the latter being a young electrician promoted from the lower deck. Prisoners criticized their officers, stating that some of them were peculiar and others lazy, the divisional officers taking little interest in their men. It was even said that one officer was an idiot. The ship's company, with the exception of those who had been standing by the ship, had joined on the commissioning day and were split up into 12 divisions, each containing 150 to 200 men, as follows: Division 1, Seamen's Division, provided crews for primary and secondary armaments. Division 2, same. Division 3, same. Division 4, same. Division 5, close-range anti-aircraft, or Lichtflak, flak divisions numbered together. Division 6, long-range anti-aircraft, Schwerflak, 360 men. Division 7, Damon's Division, Funktionare, including cooks, canteen staff, and 28 bandsmen. Division 8, Gunnery Artificers, including gunners' mates, etc. Division 9, Navigational Division, including helmsmen, telegraphists, and signalmen. Steuer, Funke, Signalgäste. Division 10, Technical Division, including turbine and boiler room ratings. Division 11, same. Division 12, same. Each division was split up into 2 or more watches, Züge, which were again detailed into Korporalschaften of 10 to 12 men, each in charge of a petty officer. From time to time, a number of cadets undergoing training had joined to study seamanship, Schiffskunde, but these had been disembarked before Bismarck sailed from Gotenhafen. It was generally agreed by prisoners that Bismarck had an exceptionally young and inexperienced ship's company. For many of the men, Bismarck was their first ship, which they had joined after doing a few months' naval training. Prisoners on the whole disliked serving in a battleship, stating that they would have felt more independent in a smaller ship. Many had been in the Hitlerjugend, Hitler Youth Organization, and had then had civil occupations such as miner, farm laborer, clerk, barber, plumber, cook, electrician, mechanic, and so on, and had been drawn from all parts of Germany and some Austria and Czechoslovakia. The petty officers were of a good type physically and of good intelligence, but the younger men were poorly developed both mentally and physically, and those who had been stationed below decks appeared to have suffered from lack of fresh air. Prisoners stated that there was noticeable friction between petty officers and men, which resulted in a lack of harmony which, in part, may have also been due to the activities of party agents. Captain Lieutenant Junak stated that it would be of importance for him and von Mullenheim-Rechberg to return to Germany in order to report their experiences, not on account of any breakdown due to faulty construction, but to stress the failures resulting from lack of training and experience of the ship's company. This officer estimated that at least 300 men had been killed on board, in addition to many who had become imprisoned below decks when the ship went down. It was estimated that Bismarck carried a large party from the Ministry of Propaganda, including journalists, cameramen, wireless commentators, and necessary technicians, charged with obtaining a full record of Bismarck's exploits. None of this staff survived, and attempts to dispatch films and material by aircraft and submarine are believed to have failed. A list of survivors is given in Appendix 2, from which it will be observed that the majority were stationed below decks, particularly in magazines. Section 3. Admiral LÜTJENS and Staff. Admiral Gunther LÜTJENS was born on the 25th May 1899 in Wiesbaden, entered the Imperial German Navy in April 1907, and was promoted to sub-lieutenant in 1910. After having undergone torpedo training, he commanded various torpedo boats during the 1914-1918 war, and in February 1916 commanded in the A-40, a torpedo boat flotilla based in Flanders. In May 1917, he was promoted to lieutenant commander. After the 1914-1918 war, LÜTJENS was retained in the Reichsnavy and filled various appointments ashore, being promoted to commander in 1926 and to captain in July 1933. In 1934, he commanded the cruiser Karlsruhe on an 8-month training cruise overseas, and later was in turn Chief of Staff, North Sea Naval Station, head of the Naval Personnel Division in Berlin, and Chief of the German Torpedo Arm. On 1st October 1937, LÜTJENS was promoted to Rear Admiral commanding destroyer flotillas, and flew his flag in the flotilla leader LÜTJENS, being at that time based on Schweinemunde. At the outbreak of the present war, LÜTJENS assumed command of all destroyer, torpedo boat, and E-boat flotillas. At the beginning of the Polish campaign, he personally played a prominent part in his flotilla leader, LÜTJENS, and later distinguished himself in mining operations off the British East Coast. On 1st January 1940, he was promoted to Vice Admiral. Under Admiral Karls, he became responsible for naval operations in Norwegian waters as commander of scouting forces. On the conclusion of the Norwegian campaign, Hitler, in an order of the day, said, "I express my admiration and thanks to Admiral Karls and to Vice Admiral LÜTJENS for preparing and leading the Navy into action." And for his services he was awarded in June 1940 the Knight's Insignia of the Iron Cross. On 1st September 1940, LÜTJENS was promoted to Admiral and given command of all scouting forces. In March 1941, Admiral LÜTJENS, flying his flag in the battlecruiser Gneisenau, commanded the squadron which, during a raid into the Atlantic, succeeded in destroying 22 merchant vessels totaling 116,000 tons. It was on this occasion that the armed merchant cruiser Jervis Bay was sunk. Prisoners stated that in November 1940, Admiral LÜTJENS and his staff, Flottenkommando, had been established at Trouville in the Hôtel de Paris just before Christmas 1940. The Flottenkommando moved from Trouville to Kiel, where they embarked in the Hela, the newly completed Commander-in-Chief's dispatch vessel. It was mentioned that Trouville and also at Kiel, Frigate Captain Kaiser was Chief of Staff, but there is no information as to whether Captain Kaiser later embarked in Bismarck with the Admiral, nor is there any information regarding the staff officers. It is, however, known that Marine Oberkriegsgerichtsrat Deputy Judge Advocate Lang was on the Admiral's staff on board Bismarck. One prisoner, who belonged to the Unterstab, or staff personnel, stated that there were 45 men in his unit, so that it seems probable that the entire Admiral's staff, officers and men, numbered 75, which figure was confirmed by other prisoners. Early in May, the Admiral and his staff took passage from Kiel to Gotenhafen in the dispatch vessel Hela and took part in Hitler's inspection of Bismarck, now ready for sea. It is believed that the Admiral and staff remained in the Hela until a few hours before Bismarck finally sailed at 0200 19th May. Although LÜTJENS had achieved considerable success in the Polish and Norwegian campaigns, and later in commerce raiding, his reputation on the lower deck was by no means envious. His command in Gneisenau was marked by a chain of misfortunes, and the superstitious had come to regard him as a Jonah. This reputation had followed him to Bismarck, producing in consequence a depressing atmosphere. Furthermore, the Admiral was possessed of an overriding temperament, which later exemplified itself in open arguments with the captain, tending to undermine morale. The events leading up to the destruction of Bismarck and the lack of support by U-boats, aircraft, and other units suggest a weakness in the cooperation between the Admiral and shore commands, which may be partially attributed to faulty staff work. Prisoners who spoke disparagingly of Admiral LÜTJENS also criticized Gross Admiral, Admiral of the Fleet, Heinrich Raeder. It was stated that Raeder was not popular in the Navy and stood in the way of worthy officers' promotion. It was added that he was a turncoat prepared to serve under any political leadership. Section 4. Early History and Trials. Bismarck was laid down on the 1st July 1936 at the Blom and Voss Yards, Hamburg. She was launched on 14th February 1939 in the presence of Hitler and a large concourse of high German naval, army, and air force officers and leading personalities of the Reich. She was named by Frau Dorothy von Lohenfeld, granddaughter of the Iron Chancellor. On his way to Hamburg on the previous day, Hitler had stopped his special train at the Bismarck estate at Friedrichsruh to place a wreath on the grave of the man who founded the Empire of the Hohenzollerns in 1871. Here he lunched with Prince Otto von Bismarck, a grandson of the statesman who was formerly Chancellor of the German Embassy in London. When the yacht carrying Hitler steamed down the Elbe toward the launching slip at noon the next day, salutes were fired by the pocket battleship Admiral Scheer, the cruiser Nürnberg, and 3 destroyers. Delivering a short address, Hitler said that his rearmament program would enable the nation's leaders to put forward their justified interests with success. Referring to the Anglo-German naval treaty, he added that Bismarck was the first giant of a new squadron to be built under the limitations of the treaty. When Frau von Lohenfeld broke a bottle of German sparkling wine on the bows of the ship, Bismarck did not move, and there was an anxious pause for 3 or 4 minutes before the ship slowly slid away from the launching platform. It was a current joke in Hamburg at the time that Field Marshal Göring was forced to push her before she could move. There had previously been no ship named Bismarck in the German Navy. Another notable ship of this name, a liner, was launched by the Kaiser in 1914 and was handed over by Germany to Great Britain at the order of the Reparations Commission. As the Majestic, she was 15 years on transatlantic service and then became H.M.S. Caledonia, training ship for boys. The Battleship Bismarck, the largest warship ever built in Germany, completed during August 1940. A nucleus of 65 officers and ratings stood by the ship from April 1940, and a further 60 men, mostly gunnery ratings, were drafted to the ship in June 1940. During this period, the ratings were accommodated in either the Oceana or the Attica. During February, the turrets were being shipped, and also engine and boilers. At this time, great care was taken to prevent espionage. It was mentioned that during an official visit of friendly naval attachés, the Japanese representative was detected taking photographs with a miniature camera. There were also stories current of several impostors being arrested, one of whom was stated to have worn German Air Force uniform and decorations to which he was not entitled. Bismarck was commissioned according to prisoners on 24th August 1940, and she sailed from Hamburg in the middle of September, arriving in Kiel after negotiating the Kaiser Wilhelm Canal. She remained 14 days in Kiel before proceeding to Gotenhafen. Using Gotenhafen as her base, Bismarck now began her first period of trials. Both steam and gunnery trials were carried out, the latter during daytime and at dawn and dusk, but not at night. It was mentioned that firing was practiced both with and against the sun. The first trials being completed, Bismarck was returned during the first week in December to Hamburg, where her engines and machinery were overhauled. Bismarck sailed again on or about 9th March 1941 for Kiel, where she remained approximately 10-12 days in the floating dock at the Marienwerft. This dock was stated to be 300 meters, 984 feet long, and 42 meters, 138 feet wide. While docked, the ship's bottom was cleaned and painted, and propellers and underwater fittings overhauled. Bismarck now proceeded again to Gotenhafen, where she was joined by the 10,000-ton Hipper-class cruiser Prince Eugen, who accompanied her on her second period of trials. Prince Eugen had been completed during 1940, but had experienced some difficulties with her turbines. It may be noted that this cruiser was named after the French-born Prince Eugene, brother-in-arms of the great Duke of Marlborough. At his death in 1722, the Duke bequeathed his sword to Eugene, who, when receiving it, flourished it, saying, "Voilà l'épée que j'ai suivi par toute cette longue guerre." According to prisoners, Bismarck and Prince Eugen put to sea together at least 3, possibly 4 times between the end of March and early May for exercises in the Baltic. The principal joint exercises were firing practice at targets and maneuvers in formation. During the gun trials, it was stated, only 1 full broadside from main and secondary armament was fired at 15,000 meters, or 16,404 yards. Sub-caliber and anti-aircraft firing was also carried out. According to prisoners, both Bismarck and Prince Eugen frequently exercised fueling at sea from tankers. It is possible that on 1 or 2 occasions Bismarck put to sea alone during this period. Prisoners stated that Prince Eugen had to visit a yard, probably Kiel, for minor adjustments, but returned to Gottenhafen on 14th or 15th May. Early in May, Bismarck completed with ammunition, store, and fuel, of which she is believed to have been 2,000 tons short of her full stowage capacity, and prisoners stated that she was stored for 3 months. Admiral LÜTJENS and his staff now arrived, and shortly afterwards an inspection by Hitler, accompanied by Admiral Raeder, took place. This inspection was made the occasion of a highly important ceremonial function. After inspecting the ship and crew, Hitler addressed the ship's company, saying, "You are the pride of the Navy, and in your skill, your courage, and your determination lies the key to victory. I know that you will do what I and every German expect you to do, and therefore final victory is with you." Replying, Admiral Raeder stated, "We shall defeat the Englishmen wherever we find them." A meal of pea soup and sausage was now served in the ward room, during which Hitler became expansive and stated that he did not think America would enter the war. Admiral Raeder capped this remark by saying that America would first enter when the war was over. Officer prisoners who were present state that Hitler looked extremely grave and attributed this to the Rudolf Hess incident, which had just occurred. From prisoners' statements, it appeared evident that Bismarck should have sailed almost at once following Hitler's inspection. This was not the case. The ship actually proceeded to sea on several occasions and returned again to her anchorage in the roads. No doubt delay in sailing was partially due to Prince Eugen having to effect minor repairs, and seems likely that, however, for security reasons, various false starts were made, and it is possible that the Russian situation had some influence on Bismarck's departure date. Admiral LÜTJENS and his staff finally embarked on the afternoon of 18th May. There was short shore leave for all men not on watch on this day, and no one, except possibly a small number of senior officers, appears to have known that the ship was to sail on the morrow. Section 5. First and Last Cruise of Bismarck. 1. Preliminary Movements. On Monday, 19th May, 1941, at 0200, Bismarck weighed and proceeded on a westerly course at 27 knots. The night of 19th May appears to have been filled by the ship's company with speculation as to the course, purpose, and destination of the cruise. No definite information was vouchsafed by Captain Xerxes S. Lindemann at this time, but there seems to have been a general impression on the lower deck that the cruise was to last between 2 and 3 months, that its objective was commerce raiding, and that the first port of call would probably be a harbor on the western coast of France, possibly Brest, but more probably a port further south and towards the Spanish frontier. There is good reason to believe a report that during the period of the cruise, Bismarck was to be refueled south of Greenland by a tanker, which it had been arranged would leave Brest in company with other tankers for this purpose. This arrangement did not materialize, as Bismarck was prevented by early contact with British forces from making her rendezvous. As additional protective clothing, duffel coats lined with sheep's wool were distributed on board, but there was no issue of tropical gear, suggesting that it was not intended that Bismarck should operate in the South Atlantic. Prisoners state that no soldiers were on board Bismarck, and it is therefore unlikely that an attempted landing on Iceland or in Greenland was planned. Some cadets under training from Battleship Tirpitz, who had participated in the Baltic trials of Bismarck, had been disembarked and had returned to their own ship before Bismarck sailed. Of the probable 2,400 men on board, as estimated by prisoners, 80 were included as prize crews. From what appear to be reliable diaries kept by survivors, see enclosures, Bismarck, proceeding on her westerly course from Gotenhafen, passed to the northwest of the Danish island of Bornholm, and at 0930, 19th May, she was here sighted by the Swedish cruiser Gotland, who ran for 2 hours on a parallel course. It was strongly suspected by a surviving officer that Bismarck's presence was at this stage reported by British agents in Sweden. At 11:30, Bismarck entered Kiel Bay, having previously reduced speed to 10 knots. At noon, Admiral LÜTJENS summoned the ship's company and delivered the following address. "The day that we have longed for so eagerly has at last arrived, the moment when we can lead our proud ship towards the enemy. Our objective is commerce raiding, Handelskrieg, in the Atlantic, imperiling England's existence. Let us hope we are mightily successful. I know it is, has been, and will remain the crew's sincerest wish to participate successfully in Germany's final victory. I give you the hunter's toast. Good hunting and a good bag." This speech was relayed by loudspeakers throughout the ship to enable those forced to remain on watch to participate. At Kiel, the following ships had now assembled: Bismarck, Prince Eugen, destroyers Friedrich Eckelt and Hans Lodi, and 2 mine bumpers. The squadron, having formed, sailed by Kiel Bay the same evening, and at 2100 the light ship Fehmarnbelt was abeam. From this point, course was steered to the Great Belt. The Great Belt was negotiated during the night of 19th-20th May, and by morning the Kattegat had been reached. Here the 2 mine bumpers parted company, and the squadron was joined by a destroyer from the Narvik flotilla. Course was continued at 17 knots through the Kattegat to Skagen, where 3 minesweepers preceded the squadron. During this day, air protection was afforded by relays of between 4 and 6 Messerschmitt 109s. At 13:45, 3 drifting mines were sunk by gunfire by the minesweepers, and the order, "Close watertight doors," was given on board Bismarck. After this incident, the minesweepers parted company, the 3 destroyers forming a screen for the 2 heavier ships. War watches were set at 2030 and at 2050. The squadron passed Christiansland, and 3 destroyers preceding, followed by Bismarck and Prince Eugen in line ahead. According to the diaries mentioned above, the last minefield was passed at 22:42, and here, when apparently off Bergen, the first British reconnaissance aircraft are alleged to have been sighted. There was little rest on board Bismarck this night, for at 02:30 an air raid alarm was sounded, and the ship's company went to action stations, the captain expecting an air attack at dawn. Watertight doors were closed. It is alleged in one diary that German fighter aircraft, while attempting to protect the ship from attack from the air, opened fire in the early morning hours of the morning on British machines above the Bismarck. This alarm lasted until 08:30. At about 11:15 on this morning, 21st May, Bismarck entered a fjord to the south of Bergen and anchored at a distance of 600-700 yards from the shore. There were high rocky cliffs on either side of the fjord. As a precaution against submarines, as one prisoner stated, German freighters were ordered to lie on either side of the battleship. At noon, there was again an air raid alarm which lasted from 13:30 to 13:45. The weather during this afternoon was warm and sunny, and after the alarm, the crew was able to lie about on the forecastle in sports gear. At 18:30 this evening, the squadron again prepared for sea and sailed at 19:45. 1 hour later, while off the entrance of the Sogne Fjord, the pilot was dropped and the squadron proceeded at 24 knots. At this juncture, states the official Admiralty communique number 427 of 27/5/41, air reconnaissance by Coastal Command aircraft revealed that a German battleship and cruiser, which they had previously located off Bergen, had sailed. Certain dispositions were therefore ordered, and as a result, H.M.S. Norfolk, Captain A.J.L. Phillips, R.N., wearing the flag of Rear Admiral W.F. Wake Walker, C.B., O.B.E., and H.M.S. Suffolk, Captain R.M. Ellis, R.N., were ordered to take up position in the Denmark Strait. Meanwhile, the German squadron, fully aware it had been perceived, was proceeding on a northerly course. At 0300 on the morning of May 22nd, the three destroyers parted company, and Bismarck and Prince Eugen sailed on alone. At 0700, Trondheim was passed, and at 0800, two ships, according to one diary, passed the latitude of 64 degrees north, and were proceeding through the passage between Norway and the Shetland Islands. It was stated that there was some discussion amongst the staff as to whether the course should be set to pass between the Faroes and Iceland or through the Denmark Strait. It was decided that the Denmark Strait afforded the best chance of eluding the enemy, although it was appreciated that the seasonal progress of ice to the south had narrowed the passage to an approximate width of 60 miles. At 11:30, a drifting mine identified as British was sighted. At 1200, the course, which had so far been 0 degrees, was altered to 324 degrees. Half an hour later, a submarine alarm was sounded, a periscope having been sighted. The ships, however, passed on unchallenged. At 2100, the position of the ship, as given by a diary, was 68 degrees north and 2 degrees west. Speed throughout the day had been 24 knots. Course was again altered at 0100, 23rd May to 226, which was calculated to bring the two ships into position to pass through the Denmark Strait. At 0400, the speed had been increased to 27 knots, the position being then roughly, according to one diary, 180 miles northeast of Iceland. At 10:30, when the position of the two ships was stated to have been 68 degrees north and 15 degrees by 30 west, they commenced the passage of the Denmark Strait. At 12:40, ship's time, the clock having been put back 1 hour, course had again been altered to 250 degrees, the speed being 24 knots. At 17:05, the first alarm was sounded and repeated at 18:22. Of the ensuing contact, The official Admiralty communique, number 427, 27541, states that on the evening of 23rd May, Admiral Wake Walker reported sighting a main force of one battleship and one cruiser proceeding at high speed to the southwestward. Visibility in the Denmark Strait was at this time bad and extremely variable. The range of the enemy was only 6 miles when sighted. Storms of snow, sleet, and patches of mist at times reducing visibility to 1 mile. Despite the difficulties of visibility, Norfolk and Suffolk shadowed the enemy successfully throughout the night. Meanwhile, other British units were taking up dispositions at high speed with a view to intercepting the enemy and bringing him to action with our heavy forces. The German account of these preliminary contacts, according to the diaries and prisoner statements, is that at 1900 Bismarck cleared ship for action, a cruiser of the London class having been sighted. This cruiser was proceeding on a parallel course at an estimated 24 knots. Bismarck proceeded to overhaul the cruiser, and at 1928 the gunnery officer received permission to open fire. 3 salvos were fired from her primary armament. The cruiser then disappeared out of sight, but later 4 cruisers, some of which prisoners suggested may have been icebergs, were reported in the vicinity, and it was observed that 2 cruisers had opened fire on each other. Later the cruisers fell astern and a periscope was sighted. The submarine and the cruisers then disappeared from view. The cessation of this phase of the action at 22:15 was apparently received with relief and some elation in Bismarck. The general feeling was that a trap had been set and had been evaded. The remark of one prisoner in his diary was, "The British must have noticed what we wanted to do. They had laid a trap for us into which we would have fallen had not our ship had such high speed. It would have fared ill with us." But at 04:15, 24th May, a message in Morse was flashed from the Prince Eugen to the Bismarck that wisps of smoke had been sighted to port. The alarm was sounded immediately and action stations ordered. Thus opened the action with H.M.S. Hood. 2. Action with H.M.S. Hood. H.M.S. Hood, Captain R. Kerr, CBE, RN, wearing the flag of Vice Admiral L.E. Holland, C.B., with H.M.S. Prince of Wales, Captain J.C. Leach, M.V.O., RN, and a screen of destroyers had been proceeding to intercept Bismarck ever since she was first sighted by Norfolk at 23rd May. Contact was made at 05:35, 24 May, in the Denmark Strait. The Hood and Prince of Wales closed to engage. Action was joined at 05:53 at a range of 25,000 yards. Hood, according to Bismarck prisoners, fired first, the salvo being over. A second salvo from Hood fell short, but the third hit, and 3 shells in all struck Bismarck. 1 shell struck forward, entering the port side of Section 21 at the height of the battery deck, above the waterline, and exploded on the starboard side, within the ship, at level of the middle platform deck, making a hole in the ship's side 1.5 meters in diameter under water. The explosion damaged bulkheads between sections 20 and 21 and section 21 and 22. Accordingly, the 3 forward sections were flooded to a depth of 1 meter above the battery deck, the fore part of the ship sinking 2 or 3 meters. Oberleutnant Engineer Karl Ludwig Richter, second officer attached to the Damage Control Center, went forward to inspect the damage and took charge of repairs. The salvage pump room in Section 17 was flooded, and so this pump could not be used. The salvage pumps in Section 17 were not very effective and only succeeded in pumping a little water from the 3 forward sections after the shell entry hole had been plugged, and the exit hole had had a plate welded onto it from inside underwater by a diver. All available portable salvage pumps were now carried forward and employed. A prisoner estimated that about 3,000 tons of water entered the ship when the above-mentioned 3 forward sections were flooded. There are some grounds for believing that some of the after compartments were flooded to restore trim, and also that some tons of fuel were pumped from sections 16 to 19 to bunkers further aft, and was also stated that the port bower anchor cable was slipped. Trim was now partially restored, but Bismarck's speed was reduced to 28 knots. There was also a potential fuel shortage as forward fuel bunkers under sections 20 to 22 could no longer be used. It had been thought this shell went right through the ship. The second shell struck Bismarck on the port beam, below water against the ship's side, outside section 14. The ship's side was not penetrated, but buckled, and water entered. This leak was checked by the pumps, but the same shell had caused damage in the turbo generator room and auxiliary boiler room, resulting in 5 ratings being scalded by steam from a burst pipe. One prisoner stated that the floor plates were forced up and gauges smashed by the explosion. Eventually, the entire section became flooded and had to be evacuated. Lights went out, but were soon repaired. Some prisoners thought that this shell was fired by Prince of Wales. The third shell passed over the deck of Bismarck without exploding. It did, however, carry away the bowels of a pinnacle stowed on the deckhouse deck, abaft the funnel and next to the aeroplane catapult launching apparatus. Meanwhile, Bismarck had opened fire on Hood from her main armament turrets and her port secondary armament with armor-piercing shells, firing salvos of 4 guns with the 38-centimeter armament. The opening range was stated by prisoners to have been 23,000 meters, 25,152 yards. According to one prisoner, Frigate Captain Schneider, the first gunnery officer, failed to recognize his target as Hood, believing that he was firing at a British cruiser. He was corrected by the second gunnery officer, Corvette Captain Albrecht, who said, "Herr Schneider, observe the superstructure. You know well which ship in the British fleet has that superstructure. That is no other than the battle cruiser Hood." The prisoner who recounted this incident also added, "Who of us ever thought we should be engaged in a sea battle? We had merely thought of commerce raiding and sunning ourselves on deck." Captain Lieutenant Burkhard von Müllenheim-Rechberg, third gunnery officer in Bismarck, stated during interrogation that no officer recognized Hood at first, and did not do so until Hood turned to port, disclosing the long, low sweep of her decks. They had not bargained with coming into contact with Hood, and for a time they were extremely anxious about the outcome. The Germans, however, fired with great accuracy, and Norfolk, who was in a position to witness the duel, states that the first salvo was 100 yards short, but that the second salvo straddled and hit. The third salvo again straddled and hit, and a fire broke out in Hood's port battery, which spread rapidly to the mainmast. At 0600, just after Hood and Prince of Wales had turned together to open A arcs, Hood was straddled again. There was a huge explosion between the after funnel and the mainmast, and the ship sank in 3 or 4 minutes. Captain Lieutenant von Müllenheim-Rechberg stated, when interrogated aboard H.M.S. Dorsetshire, that Hood closed the range rapidly, made smoke, and was hit as she turned to port, the smoke possibly assisting ranging. He added then that Hood blew up on Bismarck's 5th salvo and cost Germany 40 shells in all. During subsequent interrogation, this officer stated that Bismarck hit with her second salvo and again with her third, whereupon a sheet of very vivid bright white flame was seen on Hood, there being no smoke at all. The absence of smoke and the nature of the flame decided Bismarck's officer that petrol storage tanks fitted for Hood's aircraft had been hit. A fourth salvo from Bismarck also hit, and there was an immense explosion in Hood. This prisoner stated that he could not say whether the explosion was caused by the development of the fire from the third salvo or by the direct hits of the fourth. He was, however, now watching closely. Hood had broken her back, and the forward half stood out quite clearly, being free from the dense clouds of smoke completely enveloping the after half. He stated emphatically that a further salvo was fired from Hood's forward turret after she had broke her back. It was presumed that the guns were already tilted at such an angle that the shots went hopelessly wide, for no shots were observed to fall. Hood's forward half sank, center down, bow up. The after half was completely hidden by smoke and was not observed to sink by this prisoner. Bismarck now fired at Prince of Wales, who they thought to be King George V, and they believed that she was hit, not knowing for certain before she turned away. Kapitänleutnant von Müllenheim-Rechberg also stated that Bismarck's shells all struck Hood amidships. Another prisoner stated that Hood was first hit by shells from turret A, the remaining guns then taking their ranges from this turret. This prisoner added that the shells from the secondary armament fell short. The explosion in Hood has also been described by another prisoner who says he saw a vast flash of red flame rise many hundreds of feet into the air. He saw the ship break her back and the forward portion sink bow up and center down, followed by the after portion stern up and center down. Bismarck now engaged Prince of Wales with main and secondary armament and straddled and hit with the first salvo. Prince of Wales was hit on the compass platform and aft. Both 5 1/4-inch directors were put out of action and water was entering aft. The commanding officer considered it expedient temporarily to break off the action. Bismarck made no attempt to retain contact, a great mistake in the opinion of the prisoners. During the course of this action, Prince Eugen, who had been ahead of Bismarck, took up station on the disengaged side about 1,100 yards from Bismarck. A prisoner stated that Prince Eugen fired over the Bismarck at the Hood, and later, after Hood was sunk, according to Commander-in-Chief Home Fleet's report, this ship also engaged the Prince of Wales. The gunnery of Hood has been described by Kapitänleutnant von Müllenheim-Rechberg as exceptionally good. The opinion of the other prisoners was that Hood, having got Bismarck's range, would have created heavy damage with her next salvo, had it ever been fired. They considered that they had a very lucky escape. There was great jubilation on board Bismarck when the sinking of Hood was announced by the loudspeakers, which were used in some parts of the ship for making current announcements. Later, news was received from Germany that Hitler had conferred the knight's insignia of the Iron Cross on Frigate Captain Schneider for his feat in sinking the Hood. On the evening of this day, there was an abundant issue of sausage, chocolate, and cigarettes to the ship's company to mark the occasion. One prisoner stated that his party of 10 men received 800 cigarettes. In the wardroom, the sinking of the Hood was described as a special present for Admiral LÜTJENS, whose birthday fell on the following day, May 25th. 3. Pursuit of Bismarck. The chase now continued on a southwesterly course, Prince of Wales joining Norfolk and Suffolk in shadowing the enemy. It was apparent that Bismarck's speed had been slightly reduced, and a Sunderland aircraft of the Coastal Command reported she was leaving a wake of oil. At this time, there appears to have been an argument between Admiral LÜTJENS and Captain Xerxes S. Lindemann, according to one prisoner, advised that Bismarck should be put back to Bergen, adding that Bismarck was too fine a ship to be risked in further unequal engagements. He was, however, overruled by Admiral LÜTJENS. Prince Eugen was ordered to part company and to refuel, and at 1320, 24th May, Bismarck altered course to south and reduced speed to about 24 knots. It had apparently been decided that the shadowers could not be shaken off by daylight. The reduction of speed was probably dictated by the need for economy of fuel and to afford an opportunity of breaking contact by an increase of speed after dark. At 1509, CS2 with Victorious and the 4 cruisers were detached with instructions to steer the best course to get within 100 miles of the enemy and deliver a torpedo bombing attack at about 2200 with the object of again reducing the enemy's speed. King George V and Repulse were closing from the eastward, expecting to make contact at about 0830 on the following morning. Rodney, with 3 destroyers, was approaching from the southeast and would join about 10 o'clock. Ramillies, approaching from the south, steering to get to the westward of the enemy, and would make contact at about 1100. Throughout the afternoon of the 24th May, Bismarck continued on her southerly course. She was zigzagging for no apparent reason, her speed being 22-24 knots. Suffolk was shadowing from astern, and Prince of Wales and Norfolk from the port quarter. At 1847, Prince of Wales again engaged Bismarck at long range for a short time, although Norfolk claims that Bismarck was straddled during this fresh action. No evidence has been obtained from prisoners that she was hit, and this seems unlikely. Reconnaissance planes were sighted by Bismarck at 2200, and at 0015, 25th May, Victorious had approached within sufficient range to enable a torpedo attack to be made by 7 Swordfish aircraft carrying torpedoes and supported by 5 Fulmer monoplanes. 1 hit was scored on the starboard beam against the armor plating protecting section 14. The armor was not penetrated. A huge column of water, described as high as a masthead, was flung up when the torpedo exploded. 1 man was killed during this attack, a petty officer who was flung against a bulkhead and sustained a fractured skull. This was the first death in Bismarck. One prisoner states that 3 of Bismarck's airmen, who were presumably watching the action, were also injured, all suffering broken legs. Prisoners state that a tremendous flak barrage was put up. Guns were fired until red hot and the paint blistered. In one case, it is alleged, a fire hose was turned on a gun to cool it. The breech mechanism of some of the lighter guns became jammed, and others required the fitting of spare parts. According to one man, up to 50,000 rounds of light and heavy flak ammunition were expended. 1 heavy or medium anti-aircraft gun alone is alleged to have fired 300 rounds. All guns were used to repel this attack, including, prisoners state, the heavy armament. It was stated that number 1 15-centimeter starboard turret shot down 1 aircraft, which approached 15 feet above the water level, at a range of 150 yards. This turret fired without orders as the aircraft came on the sights. Prisoners expressed astonishment at the courage displayed by the British pilots. It was stated that 1 aircraft, after being hit, endeavored to get into position to release its torpedo before plunging to its destruction in the sea. Ridiculously extravagant claims of the number of aircraft destroyed were broadcast about the ship, again with the object of supporting morale, these tales being later capped by the broadcast of what was alleged to be an intercepted signal that 47 of the aircraft in the action had failed to find Victorious, on their return and had been lost in the sea. In point of fact, only 2 Swordfish aircraft and 2 Fulmars were lost, the crews of the Fulmars being saved. The number of prisoners appear to agree that 1 aircraft was forced down into the sea by the current of a wind created by one of Bismarck's 38-centimeter shells. This success was claimed by Turret A. The Bismarck's speed during this attack has been given as 28 knots, but after the attack was reduced to 22 knots. At 01:36, 25th May, Prince of Wales re-engaged for a short period. A few flashes were observed from Bismarck in this attack, but only 1 shell was seen to fall. Bismarck now made a determined effort to shake off her pursuers. Shortly after 0300, Suffolk, who had been shadowing with great skill, lost touch. It has since become apparent that the enemy first broke away to the westward and then worked around the stern of the shadowers to set a course back across the Atlantic for France. Strong concentrations were now disposed with the object of meeting and defeating any possible courses of action Bismarck might choose. It was considered probable that the enemy would adopt one of 2 courses. Either they would make for a dockyard or for an oiler, in which case they would probably steer northwest towards the Davis Strait, which offered an excellent hiding place for an oiler, or southwards, towards where an oiler was suspected to be operating, in a position about 25 degrees by 30 north and 42 degrees west. If they were making for a dockyard port, they could steer northeast for the North Sea, or southeast for Brest, the Straits of Gibraltar, or Dakar. Each of these contingencies was prepared for. According to the Commander-in-Chief's reports, CS-2 with Victorious and his 4 cruisers was instructed to search northwest of the last known position of the enemy. Norfolk and Suffolk, after holding the enemy's last known course for some time, proceeded to the westward, thus covering a southwesterly course. King George V, with Ramillies further south, worked across to the southwest to cover a southerly course. Rodney, with 3 destroyers, reported she was maneuvering to intercept the enemy if he steered southeast. Repulse had to be detached to Newfoundland to fuel, while Prince of Wales was instructed to join the Commander-in-Chief in King George V. London was instructed by the Admiralty to search the area around 25 degrees by 30 north, 42 degrees west, where an enemy tanker was thought to be. At 10:30, 25th May, a series of direction-finding bearings was received in King George V. The bearings, when plotted, showed a position too far to the northward, giving a misleading impression that the enemy was making for the North Sea. Home fleet forces were instructed to search accordingly. The course of King George V was altered to 055 degrees by 27 knots to make for Iceland Faroes Gap. Later, however, it became apparent that the enemy was making for a French port, and had to start of about 100 miles. Course was therefore adjusted. Rodney was in a position which gave her a reasonable chance of interception, and Force H was instructed by the Admiralty to move up to the Bay of Biscay. Meanwhile, the real danger of their position had become apparent to the officers of the Bismarck. According to one officer prisoner, the approximate position of all forces arrayed against them became known aboard Bismarck on the morning of 25th May, with the exception of the positions of Ramillies and Repulse. When the news was received that further units had left Gibraltar, anxiety was increased to alarm. At 11:50, Admiral LÜTJENS decided to address the crew. He stated that while it had been possible to direct the Prince Eugen to safety, Bismarck had not been able to shake off her pursuers. The British would be able to concentrate their forces and force an action. It was hoped that help in the form of U-boats and aircraft would be forthcoming, but it was to be feared that the best that could be expected was that Bismarck, fighting to the last, would take one or two of her opponents to the bottom with her. It was therefore up to the crew to remember their oath to be true to the death to the Führer. If the worst came to the worst, Bismarck must be scuttled. Far from hardening the crew, this speech seems to have taken the spirit out of them. Friction had developed between the Admiral's staff and Bismarck's officers, probably over the initial decision to run for France and not for Norway. The effect of this friction was also felt among the lower deck ratings, who appeared to have shared the captain's view that it would have been better to double back to the North Sea. At this time, fresh confusion was caused by incorrect information received from shore bases, founded on unreliable reports provided by German reconnaissance planes, aggravated by a clerical error in transmission, which resulted in Bismarck losing half a day on her course. The opinion of one prisoner was that this lost half day made all the difference between disaster and safety. The weather had now become an important factor for Bismarck, but the meteorological officers on board were only able to report that mists and fog, which would have afforded the desired measure of protection, were unlikely. Nevertheless, as the day wore on with no event of note and the enemy remaining out of sight, the hopes of escape revived. According to a diary, Bismarck reached a U-boat operational area at 1850 that evening, it being added, "There is little chance of meeting with British main forces, but it is probable that German U-boats will be encountered." Bismarck was now heading for Cape Finisterre, hoping to creep along the French Atlantic coast to a safe harbor. It was not until 10:30, 26th May, that Bismarck was again sighted, this time by a Catalina off the coastal command. She was alone and in a position about 550 miles west of Land's End. Two crossover patrols had been established from 1100 26th May by Coastal Command aircraft across what was now considered the probable track of the enemy. This patrol was merely one move of many designed to locate Bismarck and bring her to bay. The morning of 26th May had found the three main British forces, headed by King George V, Rodney, and Renown, converging on the Bay of Biscay. Various other ships were also approaching this locality. Edinburgh, CS-18, who had been searching to the westward of the position where she had lost contact, was approaching from the northwest. Cossack, Captain D, 4th Destroyer Flotilla with Sikh, Zulu, Maori, and the Polish Piron had been detached from convoy WS-8B and were proceeding to join and screen King George V and Rodney, with Jupiter joining from Londonderry and Dorsetshire on receipt of the first enemy report on the morning of 26 May, left convoy SL-74, of which she was escort, and came up from the southwest to join in. Meanwhile, those forces which could not reach the most probable track of the enemy were moving to cover alternate possible movements, particularly towards the Iceland-Faroes Passage and the Denmark Strait. Prince of Wales was proceeding to Hvalfjord, Iceland, to refuel, and Nelson had been brought from Freetown to Gibraltar to reinforce. Owing to defensive action from the ship, touch with Bismarck was lost by the Catalina, who had first made contact at 10:30, but was regained 3/4 of an hour later by reconnaissance aircraft from Ark Royal, who continued shadowing until 22:30. Bismarck was proceeding on a southwesterly course, it being deduced by the Commander-in-Chief of British forces that she would turn east when she had reached the latitude of her destination. King George V was now 130 miles to the north of her, and Force H 40 miles to the northeast. It was evident that King George V could not come up with her unless her speed could be further reduced or she could be deflected from her course. The flag officer, Force H, had been instructed not to become engaged in Renown unless Bismarck was already heavily engaged with King George V or Rodney. The only hope lay in torpedo attacks by aircraft of Ark Royal. Shortage of fuel had now become a matter of grave anxiety in the home fleet battleships. King George V had only 1,200 tons, 32% remaining, and Rodney reported she would have to part company at 0800 the next morning. When these ships joined company later in the day, they had to share an AS screen of 3 destroyers, Somali, Tartar, and Mashona, and even these were due to leave that night for lack of fuel. Several U-boats were known to be in the area, and it was safe to assume that every available destroyer and U-boat in the ports of western France would be ordered to sea. The Admiralty had also indicated that heavy air attack was to be expected. It was therefore essential to follow a sufficient reserve of fuel to enable the battleships to reach United Kingdom ports at a reasonably high speed. It was not considered advisable to expose King George V unscreened at low speed to almost certain attack by U-boats unless there was a very good prospect of achieving a result commensurate with the risk, for the loss of the Hood and the damage to Prince of Wales had left her as the only effective capital ship remaining in home waters. It was therefore decided that unless the enemy's speed had been reduced, King George V should return at 2400 to refuel. Fuel shortage was, however, also being felt on board the Bismarck. According to prisoners, Bismarck had left Gotenhaven 2,000 tons short of her full storage capacity. A further 1,000 tons, it was estimated, had become useless as a result of damage sustained during the Hood action. It was therefore improbable that much more than 500 tons remained, scarcely 1 day's requirements at 24 knots, and barely sufficient to steam her to Brest. Throughout this day, however, which brought no contact with heavy British forces and no aircraft, the hopes of the Bismarck's crew were high. Rumors, most of them optimistic, were sweeping the ship. The arrival of a large fleet of German bombers and a swarm of U-boats was expected hourly. Bismarck's course was being directed from shore by Admiral Karls, Commander-in-Chief Gruppe West, and a number of heartening signals promising aid were received. During the evening, a signal was made by Bismarck to Gruppe West, urgently requesting fuel, to which a reply was given that the tanker Ermeland had already sailed. Prisoners complained bitterly after their capture that no support at all was vouchsafed them, and that they had been completely let down by both the German air and U-boat arms. One prisoner also made a statement suggesting that information was signaled to Bismarck that destroyers, which it was intended to sail to their relief from Brest, could not sail, owing to heavy seas. This prisoner added the comment that it was obvious that the heavy seas did not deter British destroyers. King George V's speed was reduced to 22 knots at 1705 to economize fuel, and Rodney, who had by then been overhauled, was formed astern. The flag officer, Force H, had been instructed to remain in Ark Royal. He was maintaining his position on the beam of Bismarck, and had detached Sheffield to shadow. At 1855, a prisoner wrote in his diary that a cruiser of the Southampton class had been sighted, but had turned away. A first air-striking force had been flown off Ark Royal at 1500, but had failed to achieve any result. At 1850, a second force of aircraft was dispatched for the attack, which settled the fate of Bismarck and ensured her final destruction. This attack was made by 15 Swordfish aircraft armed with torpedoes set to 22 feet and lasted from 2055 to 2125. It was first reported that the aircraft had scored no hits, and it seemed that the remaining chance for the British forces had gone. But at 2130, Bismarck suddenly turned north, and soon after came the welcome news that one hit, and possibly two, had after all been scored. In point of fact, at least 2 and possibly 3 hits were made. One torpedo had struck amidships on the port side, one on the starboard quarter, and possibly a third on the port quarter. The torpedo, which struck to port amidships, according to prisoners, exploded without doing damage against sections 7 and 8, but that on the starboard quarter wrecked the steering gear, jamming the rudders at an angle variously estimated at between 10 and 15 degrees, causing Bismarck to turn slowly in circles to starboard. This hit was stated by one prisoner to have been outside an unarmored trimming compartment below the steering motor compartment on the starboard side, and resulted in Section 2 being flooded to the main deck. Throughout this attack, a furious anti-aircraft barrage was kept up by the 400 men of this flak, first with the 10.5 centimeter, then with the 3.7 centimeters, finally with the 2 centimeter guns. This fire was supported by Bismarck's secondary armament, but not on this occasion by the main armament. This time, however, the defense of the ship proved far less effective. The northwesterly wind had been increasing all day and was now blowing at force 8. A considerable sea was running with a heavy northwesterly swell, and the ship had begun to roll, making gun-laying difficult. In addition, the gun crews, who had been on almost continuous watch since Bismarck left Bergen, were becoming exhausted. It has been stated by one prisoner that one gun layer operating a 10.5 centimeter anti-aircraft gun suffered a sudden nervous collapse and temporarily lost his mind. Practically all remaining anti-aircraft ammunition was used up during this action. The method of attack employed by the aircraft in approaching simultaneously from a number of points was most deadly. Some torpedoes were avoided by turning the ship, but as a surviving officer explained, whichever way the Bismarck turned to evade one torpedo, she was constantly exposed to others. Another prisoner stated that the aircraft came down to the attack at an angle of approximately 50 degrees and darted through the barrage like flashes of lightning, and the courage displayed by the pilots in pressing home their attacks in this fashion was beyond praise. This prisoner added ruefully, if only Germany actually had sunk the Ark Royal. Extravagant claims were again made in Bismarck as regards the number of aircraft allegedly destroyed. It was announced that at least 7 were shot down. In point of fact, no aircraft was lost, and only 1 pilot and 1 air gunner were wounded. Ark Royal reported anti-aircraft fire to have been heavy and accurate, and was experienced even when the aircraft were in cloud at a height of 3,000 feet. As soon as this attack was over, it was recognized in Bismarck that the plight of the ship was most desperate. Frantic efforts were made to repair the damage. Section 2, containing the steering motors, which had to be examined and repaired if possible, was now flooded completely to the main deck, although the ratings, who had been standing by when the torpedo struck, had escaped unharmed. It was announced that the man who succeeded in freeing the rudders would be given the knight's insignia of Iron Cross. Accordingly, divers commenced operations in the damaged compartments. After considerable effort, they managed to center one rudder, and the other remaining irreparably jammed. Efforts were now made to steer the ship by her engines, but it was stated that after a short period the ship, instead of proceeding on her intended southeasterly course, was actually northwest of her position when the attack was made. There now appears to have been a dispute among the officers, and according to one prisoner, the captain, when asked by the engineer commander whether he should attempt to try and blow off the jammed rudder with an explosive charge, replied passionately, "Do what you like, I have finished with it." In the midst of this uproar, at 22:50, a signal arrived from Hitler reading, "All our thoughts are with our victorious comrades." To this signal, Admiral LÜTJENS replied, "Ship unmaneuverable, we shall fight to the last shell." The exultation implied in this message was not shared by many of the officers and those of the ship's company who had knowledge of it. One surviving officer stated that what he called a stupid signal was severely criticized, there still being a general feeling in the ship that if Admiral LÜTJENS played for safety and avoided further action, the ship might escape, if not to a home port, at any rate to a position where protection by aircraft and submarines operating from shore could be obtained. This officer added, "I am thankful the engine room ratings did not get to hear of this message," which remark confirmed a deterioration of morale. With one rudder jammed, it now appeared that by maneuvering her engines, Bismarck's best speed was not more than 10 to 12 knots. At 22:30, there was a sudden order, "Anti-aircraft guns crew take cover for surface action," and from then on, AA weapons remained virtually unmanned. Meanwhile, the Commander-in-Chief, Home Fleet, in King George V, after receiving news of Ark Royal's success, immediately turned towards Bismarck, intending to engage from the eastward in the failing light. But the light conditions became most unfavorable with a clear horizon from northwest to northeast, and rainstorms and poor visibility everywhere else. The excessive advantage to the enemy was apparent, and it was decided to withdraw and engage from westward at dawn. Sheffield, upon whom Bismarck had fired 2 salvos from her sea turret, had lost touch soon after the enemy's turn to northward, and the flag officer, Force H, in renown with Ark Royal, had been instructed to withdraw southward to clear the way for the battleships to approach in the morning. Norfolk had arrived in the area and was working round to the eastern side. Captain D, 4th Destroyer Flotilla, meanwhile, with his 5 destroyers, was approaching Bismarck, having decided, according to the Commander-in-Chief's report, to shadow and attack instead of screening King George V and Rodney. He was proceeding at high speed, in spite of fuel shortage, to get in touch before dark. Contact was made at 23:30, assisted by an aircraft from Ark Royal acting as a visual link. At 23:24, destroyers had been ordered to take up positions, preparatory to attacking. The weather having become very bad, a combination of darkness and heavy rain squalls reducing visibility to between 2.5 miles and 5 cables, and resulting in there being at no time more than 2 destroyers simultaneously in touch, it was decided to attack independently as opportunities offered. The destroyers closed in turn and delivered their attacks, Bismarck replying spasmodically with the main and secondary armament. Prisoners stated that Bismarck fired salvos of 4 guns at targets which were often invisible. Captain D4 stated that at this time Bismarck frequently opened an accurate fire, presumably by radio direction finding, which was stated to be more correct for elevation than direction. Under Providence and the use of smoke and speed, direct hits were avoided and only superficial damage was received from splinters of shells which exploded on hitting the water. Between 0121 and 0656, 27th May, at ranges between 3,000 and 900 yards, 6 attacks were delivered in which 16 torpedoes were fired and 3 hits claimed, 1 each by Maori, Cossack, and Sikh. After the attacks made by Maori and Cossack, flames were observed on Bismarck's forecastle, but they were quickly extinguished. It has not been possible to obtain any definite information of the damage caused by these hits. In an interrogation in Maori, a survivor confirmed that Bismarck received 3 hits during the night, of which 2 exploded, 1 on the starboard bow and 2 amidships on the port side. This prisoner added that in Maori's daylight attack, 2 torpedo hits occurred, both of which rebounded. No explosions were observed from Maori during this attack. Prisoners were unaware of any constructional feature which would account for torpedoes rebounding. During the course of their attacks, the destroyers fired from time to time star shells to indicate the position of the enemy. This was later discontinued owing to the short range of the star shells, which necessitated the ships coming under heavy fire when performing this duty. When Bismarck continued on her erratic course, intermittent salvos were being fired into the gloom. An announcer speaking over the ship's loudspeaker endeavored to bolster morale by making such statements as, "One destroyer hit, burning, sinking. 2 destroyers hit, burning, sinking. A large ship hit, burning, sinking." But by night, the crew had become thoroughly alarmed, and at 01:45 a message, according to a diary, was passed from the admiral to the captain, which ran, "Please inform the crew that early in the morning 81 Junkers 87 aircraft will join us, in addition to 2 tugs and 1 tanker. The U-boats have received orders to close with Bismarck. KI has already arrived." This message has been confirmed by prisoners, but it has not been discovered to what KI refers. Whether this message contained any truth, or whether it was merely intended as an encouragement, has not been discovered. In this connection, the following information is of interest. A. Bismarck was still well out of range of Ju-87 aircraft, and had this type been employed, they would never have got back to France. Ju-87 might, however, merely be a misquotation for Ju-88. B. A German Air Force officer, captured on 9th June, who was stationed in France, states that on the 9th of 26th May, they saw the bombing squadrons, which were to have gone to Bismarck's assistance, fly past. They flew out to sea, but soon returned. C. A lieutenant of the GAF, captured 14 June, who actually took part in the search, states that they flew for 3 hours in the direction of Bismarck, being guided by direction-finding signals from a U-boat, given for 5 minutes every half hour. The signals ceased half an hour before they were due to reach Bismarck, and they failed to sight the ship. D. A captured sergeant from the KGR 100 stated that his machine flew out to support Bismarck and reached a position 500 miles west of Brest, but was unable to find the ship. On the following day, they went out again and sank a destroyer, possibly Mashona. E. A prisoner from the supply ship Gosenheim, scuttled 4th June 1941, stated Ju-88s were searching the whole night of 26th-27th May. Prisoners mentioned that Bismarck had hoisted a blue flag as a recognition signal for submarines. One possible U-boat was reported by Dorsetshire during rescue operations, and this may have been the only one in the vicinity when Bismarck sank, although a few hours later, from 4 to 6 U-boats did actually arrive in the area. The Admiral's broadcast message does, however, appear to have revived spirits in Bismarck for a short space, for at 03:07, one prisoner wrote in his diary, "Everyone is now eagerly awaiting the aircraft promised by the Führer." Reaction was soon to set in. The strain of 5 days and nights with little or no sleep, during which the comparatively inexperienced ship's company had been almost continuously in action or expecting it, had reduced the crew to the point of utter exhaustion, and guns' crews were stated to have fallen asleep in the turrets between salvos. All over the ship the men were unashamedly asleep at their posts. The scene on the bridge during the brief hours before dawn has been described by a junior officer-prisoner who stated that the first gunnery officer, first navigating officer, and senior meteorological officer lay at their stations like dead men. The helmsman was stretched beside the useless wheel, and there was no sign of Captain Lindemann, nor was any man of the admiral's staff to be seen. The ship's company, said this prisoner, were now past caring, for they felt there was no further use in trying to do anything. In these circumstances, the fact that they were able to rally to make a very gallant last stand must be commended. A prisoner suggested that a submarine was ordered to close Bismarck at this time and take off the war diary, it now being felt ashore that there was little chance of Bismarck making port. At 0500, an attempt was made to launch an aeroplane carrying the war diary and the ship's log and other documents, as well as descriptive accounts, films and photographs of the propaganda party who were in the ship. It appears, however, that at the critical moment the launching apparatus jammed, owing, as the prisoner suggested, to a cartridge case having fallen and fouled the catapulting gear, and the aeroplane, on reaching the end of its travel, capsized and crashed into the sea. Section 6. Sinking of Bismarck. Frequent rain squalls during the night had prevented star shells, fired by the shadowing destroyers, being seen in King George V. Direction-finding bearings were difficult to get, and it became evident that the relative positions were not known with sufficient accuracy for a drawn approach to be practicable. The visibility, too, was uncertain, and Commander-in-Chief Homefleet decided to wait for full light. At 0500, 27th May, the Polish destroyer Piorun, who was accompanying the 7th Destroyer Division, was ordered to Plymouth to refuel. The ship was the first destroyer to have sighted Bismarck at 22:38, and had with great intrepidity closed the enemy to engage her with her 4.7-inch guns. As daylight came, the destroyers were placed in 4 sectors and continued shadowing until 08:45, 27th May, when main armament splashes were seen to rise near the enemy. The destroyers then took up positions of advantage to watch the battle. Between 0600 and 0700, direction-finding bearings of a series of reports by Maori enabled Commander-in-Chief Homefleet to deduce the position of the enemy with reasonable accuracy. Bismarck had settled down to a course of about 330 degrees at 10 knots. The horizon to the northeastward was clear and the light good, but south and east were rain squalls and a poor background. The strong wind and heavy sea made it most undesirable to fight to windward. Commander-in-Chief Homefleet therefore decided to approach on a bearing west-northwest, and, if the enemy held his course, to deploy to the southward, engaging him on opposite course at a range of about 15,000 yards, and subsequently as events might dictate. Rodney was instructed to fire torpedoes if an opportunity was seen. At 07:35, when the enemy bore 120 degrees, 21 miles, course was altered to 080 degrees to close. Rodney, being stationed on a bearing of 010 degrees, and instructed to keep station at not less than 6 cables and to adjust her own bearings. Norfolk was shadowing from the northwestward, prepared to carry out flank marking for the battleships, and at 0820 she came in sight and provided a visual link. It had been necessary to alter course on the way in to avoid rain squalls and to allow for the reported alteration of course of Bismarck, but at 0843 the enemy came in sight, bearing 118 degrees, about 25,000 yards distant, steering directly towards Rodney, opened fire at 0847, followed 1 minute later by King George V, and at 0850 by Bismarck. She had turned starboard to open A arcs and directed her fire at Rodney. Her first 4-gun salvo fell 1,000 yards short, but the next salvo straddled, one round being only 20 yards short. The accuracy of her fire then deteriorated, hardly a matter for surprise in view of the damage she had sustained. The strain of the past few days, the rolling of the ship, and the inconsistency of her steering capabilities. She was, however, still firing steadily at Rodney with main and secondary armaments at 0858. At 0851, Rodney had straddled Bismarck, but it was not until 0857, according to prisoners, that Bismarck sustained her first hit. Bismarck, it now appears, had first intended to engage the destroyers with her main armament, but before a salvo was fired, new directions were given to fire on Rodney. Fire was now opened, the fore and after turrets firing alternately in salvos of 4. Range was closing rapidly. Fire at this time was being controlled from the upper direction tower, Vormars, but about after 25 minutes, this position received a direct hit and was completely wrecked. Kapitänleutnant von Mollenheim-Rechberg believes that this hit was scored by a shell from Dorsetshire, who had reached the scene of action. This officer states that he believes Bismarck could have held her own against Rodney and King George V had it not been for this hit, which, metaphorically speaking, blew out Bismarck's brains. Turrets now went into local control. No coherent account has been obtained from prisoners as to what occurred in A and B turrets forward, but Rodney reported a hit on Bismarck's forecastle at 0902 with a 16-inch shell, which apparently put these turrets out of action. At this time, Kapitänleutnant von Mollenheim-Rechberg was directing the two after turrets, C and D, from the after control position. During interrogation after capture, this officer stated that on taking charge, he was instructed to direct 4 on King George V. He fired 2 salvos at this ship at the same range as he had used for Rodney, but both were over. A third salvo fell short. He thought he had the correct range when there was a tremendous explosion from a direct hit just above his head on the outside of the direction tower. This carried away the rangefinder and paralyzed the control position. All the instruments were smashed by blast or concussion, and he was knocked down, thereby cutting his face. Before he could collect his wits, there were at least 3 further direct hits round his position and within 10 yards from where he lay. Another prisoner states that at this stage he climbed up to the after control room position, where he found a number of dead men and Mollenheim-Rechberg. Meanwhile, in the after plotting room, there was no further communication with the control positions or turrets, and accordingly, the commander in the lower tower ordered this room to be abandoned. The hit on Bismarck's forecastle at 0902, which had apparently put her A and B turrets out of action, had come 2 minutes after King George V and Rodney turned to 170 degrees to open A arcs at a range of 20,000 yards. The general trend of the enemy's course was towards, and the range was rapidly decreasing. By the time she was abeam, it was down to 11,500 yards. At 0920, the course of the battle fleet was altered towards the right, round to north. By 0930, Bismarck was on fire and virtually out of control, but she was observed to be still proceeding at the same speed. Her guns were still firing, and her secondary armament had now come into action. She was making funnel smoke. As far as can be ascertained from the available survivors, only turrets C and D were firing at this time independently. According to one prisoner, C turret fired continuously throughout the action and was the last to fire. The turret was hit outside the gunhouse between the guns, but nothing was damaged inside the turret. However, in the last few minutes, the turret would not train. This prisoner stated that armor-piercing shells only were used. Another prisoner stated that when Rodney had approached to within 3,300 yards, several of Bismarck's turrets were hit. Guns could still be fired, but turrets could no longer be trained. Several prisoners state that turret D was disabled by a hit on the starboard gun, which burst and caused a flash back into the turret and the magazine. The magazine did not explode, but the gunhouse and the guns, so it was stated, became white hot. When interrogated in Dorsetshire, Kapitänleutnant von Mollenheim-Rechberg volunteered the information that at one time he was in C turret, which was ordered to engage Dorsetshire, but only fired 1 salvo at the ship. By this time, the personnel in the turret were becoming demoralized and began vacating the turret, remarking, "Why should we stay here for target practice?" He also left the turret. Kapitänleutnant von Mollenheim-Rechberg has not again referred to this story, and it may be taken for granted that he was dazed and considerably shaken at the time of this interrogation. Similar scenes do, however, appear to have taken place in many parts of the ship, for at this time Bismarck was taking severe punishment. According to one prisoner, one officer drew his revolver and shot down some of the crew when they refused to obey him. Another prisoner refers to officers committing suicide. Still another prisoner mentioned that members of the crew lost their nerve and jumped overboard long before action ceased. It is known that almost the entire 400 men of the flak became casualties. No special protection had been arranged for these men during surface action, they merely being ordered to shelter behind the superstructure on the disengaged side, and huddling together for protection, groups of 40 or more men were wiped out at a time. With the ship listing to port and rolling and seas coming inboard, there were washed over the side scores of bodies, both the killed and of the wounded, whose grasp had weakened on whatever object they had been able to clutch. Hit after hit was now being registered on the upper deck, which was speedily reduced to a mass of twisted steel. Boats and lockers had been smashed to pieces, machinery and instruments twisted and broken. Ready-use ammunition was exploding. A direct hit on the mainmast caused it, as one prisoner described, to spin around like a whirligig and come crashing down over the ship, creating fresh carnage. It hung down like a tangle of vines. Fires had broken out amidships and aft. The forward damage control center had been wrecked by a direct hit. Sheets of flame were issuing from the funnel. The ship's aircraft were also burning, a direct hit having struck a hangar where a large number of men sheltering there had been killed. Smoke was pouring from holes 2 yards wide, which had been torn in the upper deck by shells which had penetrated below. Shells, according to prisoners, penetrated through the upper deck and the battery deck to the main deck. The majority of prisoners deny that the armor deck itself was pierced. Only one man, an officer, has made a statement to the contrary. He alleges this deck was penetrated in the vicinity of the wireless telegraph room and suggests that this spot was hit 2 or 3 times in succession. Kapitänleutnant Engineer Junek has stated that one shell penetrated the port turbine room at about 0930. Another entered the boiler room, section 13, between 0915 and 0930, starting a fire, possibly of fuel oil. Steam pipes burst, scalding ratings. Scenes below deck were indescribable. A direct hit in the after dressing station killed the medical staff and the wounded there. Hatches and doors in all parts of the ship had become jammed owing to distortion, resulting upon the terrific pounding the ship was receiving, and also because heavy wreckage now lay across most of the hatches opening on the upper deck. Crews in 2 magazines became trapped as they were unable to free exit hatches. As rescue parties worked desperately to save trapped men, fires above were raising the temperature within the magazines to a dangerously high level. Finally, the probability of an explosion became so acute that rescue work was abandoned. Orders were given to flood, and the imprisoned men were drowned. In the forward canteen, 200 men also became trapped under the jammed hatches. At the very moment when a hatch to the upper deck became freed, a direct hit crashed through the deck, transforming the canteen into a charnel house. According to one prisoner, not one man of this group of 200 strong survived, and in making his own escape, he was forced to pick his way between mountains of flesh and bone. This prisoner also described how he passed through the wireless telegraph room where the entire staff had been blown to pieces. Fires on the battery deck had now cut off the forward half of the ship. Lights were still burning aft, but they had gone out forward, where the air was dense with smoke, fumes, and the gases generated by the bursting shells. Paint was burning off the bulkheads, and many men without gas masks were suffocated. Those companionways and hatches, which still remained clear, had been stove in or buckled to such an extent that they were no longer wide enough for men to pass through without wearing inflated life-saving jackets. Each exit was now blocked by a struggling mass of men, whom officers could no longer control. Those below, crying that they were being stifled, fought desperately with those near the exit, who still cowered under cover, afraid to run the gauntlet of fire sweeping the decks above. One prisoner who was caught in the middle of one of these blockages stated that behind him men were crying, "I am dying, I am dying." He shouted, "If you do not want to get out yourselves, at least make room for others to pass." The only answer he got was, "We are not going out, we are not going out." He then fought his way through, waited for the next shell to fall, and then dashed across the deck into the sea. Those who ran heedlessly out on deck were nearly all blown to pieces. Smoke lay so thickly over the deck that a number of men groping their way to the side fell into the interior of the ship through shell holes. This occurred to 2 survivors. Bismarck was now slowly heeling to port, and water began to pour through the ventilators and shell holes on the port side. Among the last to leave the ship were men in the fore plotting room. Communications generally had been wrecked, but one telephone was still working, and by this means they had continually asked for instructions. Each time they had been told to stay at their posts. Finally, when water began to enter the room, they left of their own accord. As they made their way past the armored after part of the bridge, they saw it was on fire, the metal being red hot. At 09:48, Norfolk had stopped flank marking and had joined in the action. Rodney had been given freedom of movement by the commander-in-chief, and the 3 ships now acted independently, firing at ranges which eventually came down to 3,300 yards. By 10 o'clock, Bismarck's main armament was out of action, though her secondary armament was still firing spasmodically. By 10:10, this, too, had ceased. According to prisoners, of Bismarck's entire armament, only 1 anti-aircraft weapon still remained workable at this time. Port secondary armament was now partially submerged, while the starboard 15 centimeter might still be fired, but could not be trained. Bismarck was now observed to be a wreck, without a gun firing, on fire fore and aft, and wallowing heavily. Though she showed no immediate signs of sinking, it could be only a matter of hours. As further gunfire would not hasten her end, Commander-in-Chief Home Fleet decided to discontinue the gun action, and fire ceased at 10:22. All Home Fleet ships had expended their torpedoes, including Rodney, who had scored 1 hit, but Dorsetshire had just arrived, and she was ordered to close Bismarck and torpedo her. Accordingly, Dorsetshire having hit with 3 torpedoes, Bismarck sank with her colors flying at 10:37 in a position 48 degrees by 09 north, 16 degrees by 07 west, close to where the final action had started. The actual cause of sinking is still a matter of dispute among survivors. There is, however, a considerable body of evidence to support the view that the inevitable end of the Bismarck was hastened by the explosion of specially prepared scuttling charges. Several prisoners state that they received definite orders, such as, "Abandon ship, ship is to be sunk, clear ship for scuttling, apply explosive charges." According to one prisoner, a special scuttling party then took charge, and explosives, which had been placed in position earlier, were fired, some at the seawater inlets and discharges, others in the turbine rooms, boiler rooms, and auxiliary machinery rooms. All watertight doors and flooding valves were left open, and the ship sank 10 minutes after the charges were fired, capsizing to port. It was stated that all propellers still revolved. It is alleged that the abandoned ship order never reached many parts of the ship. In the last rush for the side, discipline was mainly thrown to the winds, but incidents were reported of some isolated parties standing stiffly to attention, saluting and shouting the German war slogan "Sieg Heil," Hail Victory, before jumping. It was also stated that one officer called for 3 cheers for Germany and the Führer, all those who heard him responding. Of those who left the ship to windward, many were hurled back against the ship's side and smashed shapeless by the heavy seas. A few more fortunate ones were washed back on board. Many men were seen swarming over the ship's side as she went down. Prisoners stated that Captain Lieutenant Junek when in the water, shouted to all those near him to keep their mouths shut should they be picked up. Another officer, who was without a life belt, was seen by prisoners to shoot himself in the chest. Of the end of the admiral and captain, nothing definite is known. Some prisoners state, however, that from the water they saw the two officers standing side by side on the forecastle, waving to them as the ship went down. Captain Lieutenant von Mullenheim-Rechberg, during interrogation, stated that a seaman had reported to him that the two officers had gone down with the ship, standing on the bridge. Another prisoner, believes that both were killed when the bridge was hit by a shell from Rodney. Hundreds of men were now swimming in the water, their movements being greatly impeded by oil welling from the wreck and by heavy seas. As British ships approached, many of the swimmers shouted, "Come away, the English will shoot us," and actually a number of men started swimming away from the would-be rescuers. Blame for this attitude must be attributed to the false propaganda with which these men had been imbued. When it was found that there was no shooting, and on the contrary every effort was made to pick men up, prisoners admitted that they had been deceived. Rescue work was undertaken by both Dorsetshire and Maori, but at 11:40, when 110 men in all, including 4 officers, had been hauled on board, many falling back into the sea, having insufficient strength to hold on, Dorsetshire sighted a suspicious object, which might have been a U-boat, and rescue work necessarily had to be abandoned. A further 100 survivors were picked up by a German fishing vessel, the Sachsenwald, which had been operating for Bordeaux as a weather reporting ship. The Spanish cruiser Canarias, having been requested by the German authorities to assist in rescue work, succeeded only in finding some 100 floating corpses. A limited number of men may also have later been rescued by U-boats. It may be stated that Bismarck stood up to the punishment she received remarkably well. All prisoners, with the exception of one junior officer, state that no shells penetrated the armor belt. This officer said that one shell penetrated either below the bridge or a little forward of the bridge, and he added that the shell exploded inside the ship. Engines and machinery appeared to have received comparatively little damage, and, in the opinion of some prisoners, it might still have been possible to get the ship back to harbor at the close of the artillery action, had the final torpedoes not been fired or scuttling attempted. Rodney reports that shortly before Bismarck sank, her 16-inch shells had caused indescribable devastation, and the ship was an inferno. One hit had blown the back of Bismarck's B turret into the water. This has not been confirmed by prisoners. One straddle made 4 huge holes in her side, and the top of her bridge structure had been blown away. When action was broken off, Bismarck was on an even keel, low in the water, and giving out large quantities of smoke amidships. After rescuing and interrogating Captain Lieutenant von Mullenheim-Rechberg, Dorsetshire signaled Rodney, "Bismarck's gunnery officer says you knocked 17 bells out of him. As one West Country ship to another, may we say, well done." As regards the final phase of the action, it may be of interest to note that one prisoner mentioned the fact that members of the propaganda company had filmed the battle, remarking that if these films had ever been shown in Germany, there would have been no more volunteers in the German Navy. In returning to harbor, King George V and Rodney, with Cossack, Sikh, and Zulu, proceeded to the northward. Dorsetshire and Maori rejoined at 12:30, and the screen was augmented by Jupiter during the afternoon. 9 further destroyers had joined by 1600 the following day. Several signals were received on the 28th, indicating that air attacks on the fleet were impending, but only 4 enemy aircraft appeared. One bombed the destroyer screen without effect, while another jettisoned its solitary bomb on being attacked by a Blenheim fighter. Mashona and Tartar, 100 miles to the southward, were heavily attacked, Mashona being sunk at noon, with a loss of 1 officer and 45 ratings. Rodney, screened by Maori, Sikh, and Columbia, was detached to the Clyde at 1700, and Dorsetshire was detached to the Tyne at 2316. The battleships were delayed by fog, but eventually anchored in Loch Ewe at 12:30 on 29th May. No damage or casualties were suffered in the action of 27th May by capital ships of cruisers. A few casualties and slight damage occurred in Cossack and Zulu, and 1 man was lost overboard from Sikh. Opinion, according to Rodney's report, was universally that Bismarck was an exceptionally fine-looking ship with very beautiful lines. Commander-in-Chief Home Fleet added in his report, "She had put up a most gallant fight against impossible odds." Section 7. Details of the Bismarck. Construction. Amongst the prisoners, there was a divergence of opinion as to the Bismarck's tonnage, although the majority insisted that this was 35,000 tons. In accordance with the Washington Treaty, the standard displacement should have been 35,000 tons, excluding oil fuel, reserve feed water, but with ammunition. One prisoner, who had been a considerable time in the ship during building, stated that the declared tonnage of 35,000 tons was considered by the German authorities to exclude fuel, feed water, domestic water, and stores, and included only half the ammunition. If this basis can be accepted, it seems probable that the loaded or deep displacement was not far short of 50,000 tons. This figure is naturally dependent on the oil fuel storage capacity. See section 721. Regarding which there is some doubt and which has been estimated at 8,500 tons. Many British officers who had taken part in operations considered Bismarck to be at least 50,000 tons, and statements from some prisoners tended to confirm this figure for the deep displacement. The length was stated to be 243 meters, 797 feet, and the maximum beam 36 meters, or 118.1 feet, and possibly 38 meters, 124.7 feet. There is considerable doubt as to the draft, which was probably when sailing from Gotenhafen, with possibly 2,000 tons of fuel short, as at least 11 meters, 36 feet, and which could possibly have been 11.60 meters, 38.05 feet, when fully loaded. Bismarck was divided into 22 main longitudinal sections, numbered from Section 1 aft to Section 22 forward. Double bottoms were built into the ship from and including Section 8 to and including Section 14. These double bottoms extended each side as far as the slope of the armor deck and abaft Section 8, and before Section 14 were hold compartments suitably dived transversely. Prisoners state that Bismarck was almost entirely constructed by welding and that there were practically no rivets used. A prisoner, commenting on the watertight complementation of the Dorsetshire, by which he was rescued, stated that this was not nearly so elaborate as that of modern German cruisers. The deck arrangement. Above the upper deck, Oberdeck, on which were built the main and secondary armament turrets, was the superstructure deck, Aufbaudeck, on which were mounted the 10.5 centimeter long-range anti-aircraft guns. Above the superstructure deck was constructed a deckhouse, giving a further deck called the deckhouse deck above it. Part of the deckhouse formed aircraft hangars with boat stowage above, and the deckhouse deck also provided accommodation for some of the close-range anti-aircraft guns. Within the superstructure and deckhouse were the officers' quarters. One of the officers' survivors stated that a portrait of Bismarck by Laubach was in the wardroom. Below the upper deck was the battery deck. battery deck, and below that, the Panzer deck, armor or main deck. The crew space was on both the battery and main decks, the ship's company messing according to their various divisions. These two decks were linoleum covered. Below armor deck, there were 3 platform decks, upper, middle, and lower, Ober, Mittler, and Unterplattform deck. Below the lower platform deck were the holds, Stonge, or double bottoms, Doppelbotten, as previously mentioned. A feature of the ship was the so-called torpedo bulkheads, running fore and aft each side at a distance of about 5.5 meters, 18 feet, inside the armor belt from section 3 aft to section 19 forward, and extending vertically from the battery deck to the ship's bottom. In this connection, a prisoner referred to Bismarck as being one armored ship within another. Outside the longitudinal torpedo bulkheads was a double thickness or layer of compartments, the outer ones below the slope of the armor deck being empty and available for flooding, Flutzeil, and inner ones being used mostly for oil fuel stowage. Thus, the torpedo bulkheads had a substantial protection from torpedo or mine, and these bulkheads also gave protection from shells which may have penetrated and exploded inside the armor belt or upper deck armor. Prisoners had no knowledge of any buoyant material such as Kapak or sponge rubber being used, nor had they knowledge of rubber being used in connection with anti-torpedo protection. Bilge keels were fitted, but no bulges, anti-rolling tanks, or stabilizers. Bismarck rolled somewhat in heavy seas, but there was little pitching. Some prisoners mentioned that difficulty had at times been experienced in keeping their guns on the targets. No torpedo tubes were fitted, and it was stated that no mines were carried. Armor and protection. The degree in which the ship was armored was a subject in which prisoners had been purposefully kept in almost complete ignorance, and it had been especially emphasized to them that this was a very secret matter. The officer supervisors, who may have had accurate information, were particularly on their guard when any mention was made of armor. Nevertheless, prisoners, especially those who had been some time in the ship before commissioning, had had opportunities for observing, in various parts of the ship, the thickness of the armor employed, and the results of interrogations are embodied in the following description, the estimates of thickness which must be treated with due reserve. A. The main armor belt, Panzergürtel. The main armor belt was stated in its thickest part to be 20 centimeters, or 7.9 inches, and extended fore and aft from the bulkhead between sections 19 and 20 forward to the bulkhead between sections 2 and 3 aft. This belt was stated to be about 5 meters, 16.4 feet broad, extending from the height of the battery deck to about 2.5 meters below. The horizontal portion of the armor deck, which was slightly above the waterline when the ship was loaded, the side armor was, in addition, extended in a lesser thickness up to the upper deck and well below the waterline, possibly as far down as the junction with the torpedo bulkheads. Thus, underwater protection was subsequently increased. This tapering above and below the main belt was referred to as Abstufung. It is not known in how many tiers this tapering was achieved. It was stated that the side armor was not extended before or abaft the main belt. B. Athwart ship armored bulkheads, Panzersholt. The fore armored bulkhead was situated at the junction of sections 19 and 20 forward, and after armored bulkheads at the junction of sections 2 and 3. Thus the turrets from A to D were completely enclosed within the armored citadel. These bulkheads were stated to be 20 centimeters, or 7.9 inches thick, and extended from the upper deck to the lower platform deck. C. The main armor deck, Panzer deck. The main armor deck extended aft into section 1 so as to protect the steering gear and forward to the bows, and was stated to be 20 centimeters, 7.9 inches thick. This deck was sloped at the sides from the point of intersection with the torpedo bulkheads. Distance about 5.5 meters, or 18 feet, from the ship's side at point of maximum beam to the ship's side about 2 meters, 6.5 feet below the water line when ship was loaded. D. The upper deck, Oberdeck. The upper deck was stated to be armored and to form part of the structure of the ship, being connected at butts and edges. The thickness of this deck was given as 12 centimeters, or 4.7 inches. E. Primary and secondary armament. The thickness of the fronts of the primary armament turrets was stated to be 30 to 35 centimeters, or 11.8 inches to 13.8 inches thick, and the sides 20 centimeters, or 7.9 inches. Thickness of these barbettes was stated to be 35 centimeters, or 13.8 inches, and the tops of turrets 35 to 40 centimeters, or 13.8 inches to 15.7 inches. A prisoner who was stationed in a 15-centimeter gun house expressed the opinion that the front, top, and side armor was 10 centimeters, or 3.9 inches thick. F. Torpedo bulkheads, torpedo shot. The torpedo bulkheads already mentioned in 7.1 were stated to be 5 centimeters, 2 inches thick. G. Director towers and conning tower, Leitstand und Kommandoturm. No information is available as to the amount used in these towers, although the conning tower was stated to be as heavily armored as the primary armament turrets. H. Funnel uptakes. Funnel uptakes were stated to be armored to the upper deck, but thickness is not known, and they are presumed only to have been armored against splinters. Armored gratings were fitted where the uptakes passed through the armor deck. I. General. It was stated that the armor was almost entirely welded. One prisoner claimed that the armor had been manufactured by a new process, but this seems unlikely. It was stated with emphasis that many of the armored hatches, some measuring 1.20 meters by 1 meter, 47 inches by 29 inches, on the upper deck and armor deck could not be opened due to the distortion of the ship as a result of the heavy punishment she had received. This resulted in many men being imprisoned in compartments below the armor deck when orders were given to abandon ship. Some prisoners stated that vents for underwater explosion were fitted in the armor deck. Others say that this was not the case. It is thought that the deck armor was rabbeted. Machinery. Frigate Captain, or diplomatic engineer, senior commander, Lehman was the senior engineer officer. Captain Lieutenant Engineer, Lieutenant Commander Engineer Gerhard Junek, the only surviving engineer officer, was extremely security conscious, and little information was obtained from this prisoner. A. Main engines. Bismarck was propelled by 3 sets of geared turbines driving 3 phosphor bronze 3-blade propellers. The starboard and port turbine rooms, forward, were in section 10, and the center turbine room aft was in section 8. Turbines, Curtiss type, were manufactured by the builders Blom and Voss, and each set consisted of a high, intermediate, and low pressure Hoch-, Mittel- und Unterdruck turbine geared to the main shaft. The average ratio, it was stated, being 7:1. The arrangement of the 3 turbines in each turbine room was with the HP and IP on opposite sides of the main shaft at the after end of the turbine room, with LP turbine at the fore end in line with the IP turbine. The system of reverse turbines was not ascertained. The center turbine room was fitted with an electrically driven circulating pump, Kohlwasserpump, making 3,000 revolutions per minute with a consumption of 60 to 80 amperes. The starboard and port turbine rooms had steam-driven circulating pumps. Electrically driven air pumps, condensator pump, were fitted in each turbine room. These were rotary type, consuming 40 amperes, and pumped the condensed water to the starboard port and center hot wells, Regelzels, in section 12, middle platform deck. In each turbine room was an electrically driven turbine oil centrifugal separator. The starboard and port main thrust blocks, Druckleg, were in section 9, and the after thrust block in section 7, sections immediately abaft the turbine rooms. Each of the thrust block rooms contained electrically driven lubricating pumps. A special automatic regulating system, Ascania Anglach, was provided for regulating steam supply with the shaft revolutions. The Ascania plant was operated by oil pressure on the telemotor system, one operating and one reserve electric oil pump being provided in each turbine room. The movements of the turbine steam regulating valves, Fahrventil, were transferred by oil pressure to the oil fuel sprayer valves, Brennerventil, and feed water pumps, thereby adjusting the steam supply to correspond with the shaft revolutions. Superheated steam was supplied from the boilers at a pressure of 55 to 58 kilograms per square centimeter, or 782 to 824 pounds per square inch, and at a temperature of 450 degrees centigrade. The maximum shaft horsepower was variously stated to be from 35,000 to 45,000 per shaft, or a possible maximum total of 135,000 shp. The maximum speed obtained during trials was stated to have been 32.5 knots, and the following data, which must be accepted with reserve, was given. Speed, revolutions per minute, and consumption. 18 knots, 140-160 revolutions per minute, 200 tons a day. 24 knots, 260 revolutions per minute, 500 tons a day. 31 knots, 350 revolutions per minute, 900 tons per day. Vibration was not excessive, but was stated to be a maximum at 21 knots, and most noticeable in the after part of the ship. Prisoners had no knowledge that revolutions were staggered. One evaporating plant, Fischwasser employing 5 electric pumps, was fitted in the center turbine room for supplying boiler feed water, Speiswasser. The feed water tanks were in the double bottom below the starboard and port turbine rooms. A further distilling plant with electrically operated pumps was fitted in the auxiliary boiler room, Hilfsmaschinenraum, in section 14. Electrically driven bilge pumps, Bilgepumpen, were fitted in each of the turbine rooms and main and auxiliary boiler rooms. These were rotary pumps using 60 amperes. The shaft tunnel, Wellentunnel, for the center shaft extended from section 2 aft to section 6 in 4 compartments, 1 through 4, and for the wing shafts from section 3 aft to section 7 in 4 compartments, 1 through 4. Boiler rooms. 3 boiler rooms, each containing 2 boilers, were in section 11. Kesselraum starboard ein mit ein und backboard ein. And 3 boiler rooms, also containing each 2 boilers, in section 13. Kesselraum starboard 2 mit 2 und backboard 2. In section 12, between the main boiler rooms, were situated 3 compartments containing boiler auxiliary plant, Kessel Hilfsmaschinenraum. The 12 main boilers, built on Le Mans, were destroyer high-pressure water tube type, employing a high degree of superheat. Several prisoners mentioned a working pressure of about 800 pounds per square inch, and a temperature of 450 degrees centigrade. In action, starboard, port, and center boilers were isolated from each other and connected to the respective turbine rooms, this arrangement being called Gefechtsschaltung. The action fuel bunkers, Heizogefechtsverbrochsbunker, were those in the double bottoms below the boiler room. The fuel consumption at economical speed, 18 knots, was rather less than 2/3 ton per boiler per hour, and at full speed over 3 tons. See also 721. There were 2 oil fuel supply pumps for each boiler room, 1 steam and 1 electric, and 3 feed pumps for each boiler room, 2 steam and 1 electric. Each main boiler had 1 oil fuel heater and 2 oil fuel sprayers, sake make, each with a capacity of rather over 1.5 tons per hour. These were not centrally fitted but diagonally. Stokeholds could be run open at moderate speed or closed at high speed. Air pressure unknown, but generally ran open. 1 air blower, Gebläse, was fitted in each boiler room for direct air supply to sprayers, and 2 fans for forced draft when stokeholds were closed. Auxiliary boilers using steam at 180 pounds per square inch were situated in section 14 and were used for cooking and heating purposes. Other auxiliary machinery. 2 diesel-driven air compressors, Luftverdichte, were fitted on the main deck, one starboard, the other port. In these compartments were also situated the air reservoirs, Luftsammler. Air pressure was supplied to a ring main and was used to operate the portable salvage pumps, catapults, sirens, and workshop and portable tools. Electrically driven capstan motors were fitted on the main deck in the Bugspielraum in section 20, the cable lockers being in section 21. It was stated that Bismarck carried 2 6-ton stockless anchors. It should be here noted that ship's cells, Oretscelle, were located in the capstan motor room. Shock absorption. Other than the use of spring washers, Federschwieben, it was not ascertained what means, if any, were taken to withstand the effects on machinery of explosion by mine or torpedo. Electrical equipment. The electrical equipment was in charge of Korvettekaptein, engineer, commander, Freytag, an electrical officer, who had his action control station, Gefechtsstand, in section 14, on the upper platform deck. The reserve electrical control station was in section 9 on the port side in switch room 2. Bismarck was notable in comparison with other warships of similar size for the relative magnitude of her electrical installation and the large use made of electrical power. Direct current was supplied at 220 volts by 8 diesel and 6 turbo generators, each with a maximum output of about 2,000 amperes, and therefore capable of giving a total output of 28,000 amps. 4 diesel generators were fitted in Maschinenraum I on the double-bottom deck in the compartment outside the center after turbine room in section 8 to starboard, and another 4 in the corresponding compartment, Maschinenraum II, to port. The diesel and motor lubricating oil storage tanks were in the same section, starboard and port, outside the torpedo bulkheads. The switch rooms for these diesel generators were situated in section 9 on the lower platform deck, starboard and port. The diesel generators were stated to be 6-cylinder, non-supercharged, manufactured by MWM Motorenwerke Mannheim, the revolutions per minute being given as 525. The turbo generators were fitted in section 14 in the hold and lower platform decks, 3 generators in the Maschinenraum II to starboard and 3 in the Maschinenraum II to port, the auxiliary boiler room being in the center of this section. The turbo generators were stated to be manufactured by Garbe Laumeyer and to make 8,000 revolutions per minute. Switch rooms for the turbo generators were in section 15 on the lower platform deck, starboard, I Schautram 2 and port, I Schautram 2. Section 14 sustained damage through a shell from hood. Cable passages, Kabelgange, stated to be about 2 meters wide, ran the length of the ship, starboard and port, inside the torpedo bulkheads on the upper and lower platform decks, below the armor deck from section 3 aft, assuring protection to the steering motor supply, to section 17, ensuring protection to electrical supply to a turret. It was stated that during action, the various generators were not connected to the common ring main, but supplied units independently. Switching arrangements, however, enabled any generator or group of generators to supply any of the turrets or electrical equipment in any part of the ship. Emergency reserve cables were fitted in the cable passages. A prisoner who had been in charge of the electric pumps gave some consumption figures as follows: cranes, 400 to 500 amperes each; fuel oil storage pumps, 500 amperes each; fire pumps, 80 amperes each; main armament turrets, 2,000 amperes each. Alternating current supply, Wechselstromanschlag. One diesel-driven AC generator was fitted in section 7 in the starboard side between the middle platform deck and double bottoms, WE Maschinenraum 1, supplying current at 220 volts, 50 cycles per second. The other AC generator being driven off one of the turbo generators in section 14 port side, I Maschinenraum 4. In addition, there were 4 rotary converters, details of which are unknown. In section 15 middle platform deck was a valve amplifying system for the main and secondary armament. Wurde Artillerie Werkstakenraum, stated to be a new system used to boost the fire control current. A similar amplifying unit was fitted in section 7 on the upper platform deck to starboard. Lighting. In general, 40-watt Osram lamps were used. Lighting did not fail completely during the action. Secondary lighting was provided, being portable accumulator type, and in addition, the more important ratings carried dry battery torches. The lighting maintenance party was in charge of a mechanism with 2 assistants. A battery charging room was in section 12 on the main deck. Aukulade für Notbeleuchtung. In this section were also 2 further accumulator charging plants, one for charging batteries with steel plates and a separate plant for batteries with lead plates, both kinds of battery being used in connection with the gunnery equipment. Loudspeakers. From prisoners' statements, it was understood that loudspeakers were fitted on the upper battery and main decks, which were particularly made use of for transmitting orders and informing the ship's company of the various phases of the battle. Armament. The primary armament, Schwerartillerie SA, consisted of 8 38 centimeters, 14.96 inch guns mounted in pairs in 4 centerline superimposed turrets, A, B, C, and D, Anton, Bruno, Kaiser, und Dora. The secondary armament, Mittlerartillerie MA, comprised 12 15 centimeters or 5.9 inch guns mounted in pairs in turrets, 3 on each side on the upper deck, starboard 1, 2, and 3, and port 1, 2, and 3. There were 16 10.5 centimeter or 4.13 inch long-range anti-aircraft guns mounted on the superstructure deck in twin mountings, 8 guns each side. The close-range weapons included both 3.7 centimeter, or 1.46 inch, and 20 millimeter, 0.79 inch guns, these being mounted wherever the opportunity presented itself, some on the deckhouse deck, above the superstructure, etc. In all, were about 50 short-range weapons, the 3.7 centimeter guns being mounted either singly or in pairs, and the 20 millimeter singly, although there were 2 sets of 20 millimeter in quadruple mountings, Vierlinge, mounted each side below the Voormars for upper director tower, and above the Admiral's bridge. The primary armament, Schwer Artillery. Each of the 38 centimeter turrets contained their own electrically driven hydraulic pumps. It was possible for either of the 4 pumps to operate both the 4 turrets, and similarly either of the after pumps could operate both the after turrets, but 4 pumps could not operate after turrets, or vice versa. Both the training and elevation was hydraulic or electric, and, if required, by hand. The arc of fire was stated to be 300 degrees, the maximum elevation 40 degrees by 45 degrees, and the maximum range 38 kilometers, 41,558 yards. The weight of the projectile was given as 1,760 pounds. The propellant was given as a mixture of nitroglycerin and nitrocellulose, the latter probably a tetranitro body. It was not flashless. The charge was made up in 2 portions. The main charge, Hauptkartusch, weighing approximately 176 pounds, was supplied in a brass cartridge case, which was protected when in the magazine by means of a sheet iron case. The front charge, Vorkartusch, was made up in a linen bag and was stated to weigh 90 pounds. Both portions of the charge were rammed into the gun at the same time, a hydraulic telescope rammer in 5 sections being employed. The recoil was stated to be 1.50 meters, 4.92 feet, and the rate of fire 1 round, both guns, in 1 minute. For each gun, there was 1 hydraulic main hoist, Aufzug, which transported from below both the projectile and charges together. This loading cage was flash-proof, and there is no evidence of further anti-flash arrangements in these turrets. An electric auxiliary hoist, Reserveaufzug, was fitted for each gun, the shell being hoisted first and then the charges. The main hoists were in the center and the rear of the 2 guns, the auxiliary hoists being further to the rear of the gun house. The gun house crew. The Turmkommandant, usually a lieutenant or sub-lieutenant, was in command, and under him the Turmführer, a chief petty officer, who may have had the qualification of Oberstuckmeister. The gun laying and training were normally carried out from the left gun position, and as reserve from the right gun position. A telescopic sight was fitted to each gun. A number 5 operated the lock mechanism, making the gun ready for firing, in Sicherheit, or safe Sicherheit. Number 6 worked the loading cage and also removed spent cartridge cases, which came down a chute and fell out of the bottom and to the rear of the gun house. Number 7, who had his station at the rear of the rammer, Einsätze, operated both the breech, Bodenstruck, and the rammer. 3 rangefinder numbers stationed at the back of the turret operated a 10-meter stereoscopic rangefinder. There was a telephone connection with the plotting room, Rechenstelle, and the sight setters were also in telephone connections with the plotting room, control being exercised through either the fore or after plotting rooms through changeover switches. The total number in the gun house was approximately 1 officer and 25 ratings. Signal lamps were fitted to indicate when guns were ready and fired, repeating in the plotting rooms, klaxons being used for firing. Turrets were fired locally, Turmabführung, and director fired, Central Abführung, and the case of guns being fired locally, Mundabführung, was employed, i.e., fired by the mouth with a blowpipe system. Subcaliber, Abkommandatkanon, firing had been carried out in the Baltic, the caliber being, it was stated, 12.5 centimeters, or 5 inches. The tops of the turrets had first been painted gray and finally yellow, without special reason for this being given. The magazines and shell rooms, 38 centimeters. In general, the 38 centimeter shell rooms, Granatkammer, were in the middle platform deck, and the magazines, Pulverkammer, above them. On the upper platform deck, the loading chamber, Beladeram, occupying both decks below the turret. As an example, for turret D, there were 2 shell rooms, the after one in section 3 and the fore one in section 5, both on the middle platform deck. The main magazines for this turret were in section 4 and section 5, abaft, and before the loading chamber, on the upper platform deck. These were in use in action. In addition, there were 4 reserve magazines in section 4 and compartments outside the loading chamber, 2 each side, 1 on the upper and 1 on the middle platform deck. The magazine crew consisted of some 15 men in charge of a gunner's mate, and a similar number, also under a gunner's mate, formed the shell room crew. It seems probable that the entire turret's crew was about 70 men, as a number of artificers were required for the hydraulic and electrical equipments. A prisoner stated that 120 to 150 rounds per gun were carried. Both AP, Panzerprenggranaten, and HE, Sprengengranaten, were carried, the former being painted blue and the latter yellow, called Gefechtsmunition. Practice shells were painted red. AP shells were fired at the heavier ships, and HE at the smaller targets. No tracer shells were carried. Some prisoners denied that gas shells were carried. Shells were fitted with nose fuses, Kopfzunde, and base fuses, Bodenzunde, the latter having a delay action, and were set by the gunner's mate in the shell room. In a report published in the Volkische Beobachter of May 30th, it was stated that Bismarck, during her action with Hood and Prince of Wales, fired only 93 rounds of her heavy ammunition. This presumably included 38 centimeter and 15 centimeter armament. The secondary armament, Mittlere Artillerie. The 15 centimeter turrets were trained and elevated electrically. The maximum elevation was stated to be 45 degrees. The arc of fire was stated to be 150 degrees and 120 degrees for the midship number 2 turrets each side. The weight of the projectile was given as 45 kilograms, or 99 pounds, and the length approximately 60 centimeters, 23.6 inches. It was stated to have 2 copper driving bands, the charge made up in a brass cartridge case, 90 centimeters, 35 inches long, weighed 14 kilograms, or 31 pounds. As in the case of the 38 centimeter guns, the projectile and charge were supplied to the gunhouse in the same cage operated electrically. A reserve hoist, Augsburg, was operated by hand. Prisoners had no knowledge of any special anti-flash arrangements. The rate of fire was stated to be 9 seconds, both guns. The recoil, Rückschlag, was stated to be 50 to 60 centimeters, 19.7 to 23.6 inches. There was no rangefinder in the 15 centimeter turrets. It was stated that the size of the subcaliber when used for practice was 5 centimeters, 2 inches. Telescopic sights, Fernrohr, were fitted, and the officer in charge used a Pelfeldrohr, or spotting glasses. Signal indicator lamps were fitted to indicate when guns were ready and fired, klaxons being used for firing. Local firing was carried out, as in the case of the 38 centimeter guns, by Mundabfeuerung, blowpipe. 2 Minimax chemical hand fire extinguishers were in each turret, and a hose from the fire main on the upper deck could be introduced into the turret. Gunhouse crew, 15 centimeters. The crew of the 15 centimeter turrets comprised 1 officer and 20 ratings, which included spare numbers. Some of these were stationed as follows. Number 1, a petty officer was the gun layer. Number 2, a petty officer was the trainer. Number 3, a rating manned the telephone. Number 4, a rating assisted with the elevation. Number 5, a rating was the breech worker and worked the firing mechanism. Number 6, a rating loaded the projectile. Number 7, a rating loaded the charge. Number 8 and number 9, ratings ramming numbers, Ansätze. Number 10, a rating disposed of the empty cartridge cases, Holzenfanger. Detailed positions of sight setters is unknown. The magazines and shell rooms, 15 centimeter. The projectiles and charges for these turrets were stowed together in 2 compartments for each turret adjoining the loading chamber as follows. For number 1 turret S&P, the section 14 on upper platform deck. Number 2 turret S&P in section 12 on upper and middle platform decks. Number 3 turret S&P in section 9 on upper and middle platform decks. 6 ratings manned the loading chamber, and 6 ratings were stationed in the magazine, the party being in charge of a gunner's mate, Feuerwerkersmat. It was stated that 175 rounds per gun were carried. The brass cartridge cases were protected when in the magazine by means of outer polished sheet iron cases, which were removed before charges were hoisted. In addition to AP and HE shells, some tracer projectiles were carried for these guns. Anti-aircraft weapons, Flak. Long-range guns, Schwerflak. The 16 twin-mounted 10.5 centimeter, 4.13 inch guns, mounted on the superstructure, were manufactured by Rheinmetall Borsig. Training and elevating was by hand, but could also be assisted by small motors on the mounting. The breech, Bodenstock, was of the sliding block type, controlled by a lever which pulled straight back. A splinter-proof shield was fitted for all mountings. The maximum elevation was given as 70 degrees, and the guns could be depressed 10 degrees below the horizontal for surface targets. The arc of fire for the forward number 1 mountings was stated to be 0 degrees to 130 degrees, limited on account of fouling number 2 mounting. The recoil was stated to be 25 to 30 centimeters, or 10 inch to 12 inch. The maximum range for effective firing was given as 6,500 meters, 7,108 yards, and the damaging radius of burst was estimated as 50 meters, 54 yards. 2 telescopic sight, Fernrohr, were fitted with cross wires for alignment. Fixed ammunition, Einheitsmunition, was used, the actual weight being unknown, but the overall length was given as 90 centimeters, 35.4 inches, of which the brass cartridge case was 65 centimeters, 25.7 inches, in length. The shell projecting 25 centimeters, or 10 inches, out of the case. The fuses used were delay action, Irrwechselnde, and impact, Aufschlagsonde, the latter being used for surface targets, Zielseele. Service shells were painted yellow, practice shells red. The rate of fire was given as 6 to 7 seconds. The time fuse setting was graduated from 0 to 60, the average setting being given as 20. For barrage fire, Sonnenfeuer, it was customary for the anti-aircraft control officer, Flakleiter, who was stationed aloft in the Vormars, to have previously ordered the fuse settings, dependent on the visibility, etc. Fuses were set to burst in either of two zones, Zone 1 being a close range setting, and Zone 2 for a longer range, either being ordered as required. Barrage firing was often referred to as Eisenhagel, or iron hail, or Splitterregen, or splinter rain. If not firing barrages, the fire was controlled, Geliteschießen. The gun's crew, for the twin mountings, excluding ammunition supply, consisted of 12 men in charge of the Geschossführer, the captain of the gun, who was either a Bootsmat or Oberbootsmat, petty officer, second or first class, and performed the following duties. Number 1, right side, the range setter. The range drum and Frönungsscheibe is marked in Strich or subdivisions. Number 2, right side, deflection setter. Number 3, right side, gun layer, Hohennummer. Number 4, left side deflection setter. Number 5, left side deflection setter. Number 6, left side trainer, Richtennummer. Number 7, fuse setters, Einstellnummer, had headphones from the number 8, Rechenstelle, plotting room. Number 9, fuse correction setter, fuses being set in a machine. Number 10, number 11, loaders. Number 12, firing number. It was stated by a member of one of the gun's crews that in the course of a series of attacks they fired 500 rounds, and it was mentioned that a total of over 7,000 rounds were fired by these weapons alone. During the various stages of the action, when not engaged with aircraft, the crews had to take protection on the disengaged side of the superstructure, which only afforded splinter protection, and they accordingly sustained very serious casualties. Ammunition supply, anti-aircraft long-range weapons. Each mounting had 2 hoists, one electric and one hand-operated, both delivering onto the superstructure deck. The main hoist was an endless rotating dredger type, which could be operated at 2 speeds, Schaltungen for rapid and slow delivery. 2 or 3 men were required for supply on the superstructure to each mounting. For each gun, there was a Stellbecker, ready-use container, holding 3 rounds, which had fuses adjusted by the Einstellnummer. The magazines for the 10.5 centimeter guns were situated as follows: in Section 8, upper platform deck, starboard and port; in Section 12, middle and lower platform decks amidships; in Section 14, middle platform deck, starboard and port. Close range guns, Lichteflatk. Except as stated at the commencement of this section, little is known of the close-range anti-aircraft guns. It was stated that some of the 37mm guns, believed to total 16, were mounted in twin mountings on either side of the upper deck, but most of them were probably mounted on the deckhouse deck, i.e. the deck above the superstructure, abaft the funnel. The 20mm guns seemed to have been mounted singly wherever space permitted, and 2 sets of quadruple mountings, Wörlinge, were mounted on platforms built out below and on each side of the upper director tower on the Vormars. There were 2 magazines for the 3.7 centimeter guns, one in Section 14 on the upper platform deck amidships, and one in Section 8 on the same deck, starboard and port. There was no direct hoist from magazines to guns, and it appeared necessary for supply parties on the main deck to unload hoists from the magazines and reload others, transporting the ammunition to gun positions. Fire control. Primary and secondary armament. Fregattkaptein, or senior commander, Albert Schneider was the senior gunnery officer, first artillery officer, ein AO, who controlled the 38-centimeter guns from the Wehrmacht's fore upper director tower. Korvettkaptein Commander Helmuth Albrecht was the second artillery officer, zwei AO, controlling the 15-centimeter guns from the Vorderstand, or lower forward director tower. Kapitänleutnant, Lieutenant Commander Freiherr Burkhard von Müllenheim-Rexburg, the senior surviving executive officer, was the third AO and was stationed in the after gunnery control position, Achterstand, available to take over the control of any of the 38 or 15-centimeter guns as ordered, or if forward positions failed. Plotting rooms. There were 2 plotting rooms for the 38-centimeter SA and the 15-centimeter MA guns. The fore-plotting room, vor der Artillerierechenstelle, was situated in Section 15, middle platform deck, the SA being in charge of Oberleutnant zur See, Lieutenant Cardinal, a midshipman being in charge of the MA. The after-plotting room, Achter Artillerierechenstelle, was situated in Section 7 on the upper platform deck, Lieutenant zur See, Sublieutenant Eigeneit, being in charge of the SA, and Stabsoberfeldwebel CPO Adams in charge of the MA. Adjacent to the plotting rooms were situated the changeover switch rooms, Schaltstelle, the Artillery Hauptschaltstelle being situated forward and the Artillery Reserve Schaltstelle being aft. In the same sections were located compartments containing valve amplifying units, stated to be a special equipment for boosting the fire control current. These compartments were referred to as Verstärkerraum. In each of the plotting rooms, there were 2 officers and 23 ratings equally divided for the SA and MA control. It was stated that the personnel in these plotting rooms changed round, sometimes manning the forward room and sometimes the after one. The plotting instruments, Schusswehrtresna, separate for SA and MA, were manufactured by Siemens and consisted each of 2 portions, into the first of which, operated by 5 men, the various Wörter were introduced from the control positions, and in the second portion, manned by 2 men, the results were refined and passed to the guns. The values refined in the second portion of the Siemens instrument were referred to as the RV, HV, and AV corrections, while the V no doubt refers to Verbesserung, meaning correction. It was not established what the R, H, and A referred to, although it was indicated that these corrections referred, at least in part, to the angle of fire, i.e., whether firing ahead in the fore and aft line, or abeam. Each of the sets of plotting instruments, SA and MA, were in charge of a bootsmat, PO second class, who had earphones to the director positions, as had also other various ratings. Ranges from the 1-meter rangefinders aloft were averaged by the E-Messermittler, ranges from the SA turret rangefinders being ignored as they were considered unreliable. There was one SA Führer Signalgeber, who operated the firing signal switches for the 38-centimeter guns. These operated the firing klaxons in the turrets and also the signal lights, which were repeated in the plotting rooms. A white light showed in the plotting rooms and turrets when each gun was loaded, and a red light when guns had fired. There were also an SA Gegnergeber and MA Gegnergeber, who reported details of the enemy, Gegner, as received from aloft. The changeover switch rooms were manned by gunnery artificers, 7 of whom were stationed in the after Schaltstelle, in charge of Oberleutnant Heinz, who was also in charge of Division 8, which included all the gunnery artificers and ammunition supply ratings. It was understood that the Haveri Schaltstelle and Achtere Dronstom Schaltstelle were used in connection with fire control and manned by gunnery artificers. The latter stele was said to use alternating current at 380 volts by 3-phase. Prisoners were unaware of any radio directional finding ranges being made use of in the plotting rooms. In addition to the usual fire main, each of the above-mentioned compartments had 2 Minimax fire extinguishers. Anti-aircraft fire control long-range weapons, 10.5 centimeters. Kapitänleutnant Lieutenant Commander Gellert was stationed in the Vormars in a galley below the upper director tower and was in general charge of all anti-aircraft weapons, both long-range and short-range. Kapitänleutnant Troll was also stationed here and was the control officer for the long-range weapons, 1st Flak AO. There were 4 control positions, Leadstand, for the long-range weapons, situated as follows: Flak Leadstand A, Anton, in HA, Director Tower, on the superstructure deck, starboard side forward. Flak Leadstand B, Bruno, in HA, Director Tower, on the superstructure deck, port side. Flak Leadstand C, Kaiser, in a control tower on deckhouse deck, abaft mainmast, with visibility above the 10-meter rangefinder in the Achterstand. Flak Leadstand D, Dora, in a control tower at the after end of the deckhouse deck, with visibility below the rangefinder in the Achterstand. It is known that Lieutenant zur See, Sub-Lieutenant Ritter, was the Flakleiter in Leadstand C. Each of the above 4 Leadstand was equipped with a combined 3-meter, 9.8 feet, range, direction, and height finder, stated to be stabilized by gyroscopic means. 1 officer and 3 ratings manned each control position as follows: 1. The Flakleiter, fire control officer; 2. The range taker; 3. The rating controlling the vertical movement of the instrument and reading the height; 4. The rating controlling the lateral movement of the instrument and reading the bearing. Numbers 3 and 4 kept the instrument aligned on the target. The Leadstand transmitted electrically the various values to the plotting room, Rechenstelle, where the gun-laying data was calculated, corrected, and then passed to the guns. Alternately, fire control was carried out direct from the Leadstand to the guns. The 4 flak plotting room with 4 flak switch rooms were in Station 15 on the upper platform deck, and the after flak plotting room and switch room in Section 9, respectively, on the middle and lower platform decks. Against aircraft, either barrage, Sonnenfeuer, or control fire, Galitzschießen, were employed. Use was made both of aimed fire and of predicted concentration against individual aircraft. Barrages were used when simultaneous attacks were made by a number of aircraft, in which case the fuse settings for Zone 1 and 2 firing were predetermined, being dependent on the visibility, etc. If several aircraft were engaged simultaneously, the anti-aircraft weapons were divided into 4 sectors of 90 degrees and controlled by different Flaklichter. From that various control positions, at close quarters, firing barrages at direction of the officer in charge. Especially would this method be used against dive bombing, the practice being to put up a barrage as soon as the plane was seen tipping into the diving position, the reason given being that from that moment onward it would no longer change its direction. According to prisoners, the 10.5 centimeter guns did not fire at surface targets. Although prisoners stated that aircraft were not engaged with blind fire while still in cloud, this is not confirmed by Ark Royal, who reported that heavy and accurate anti-aircraft fire was experienced even when aircraft were in cloud at a height of 3,000 feet. Anti-aircraft fire control short-range weapons, 3.7 centimeter and 20 millimeters. Oberleutnant zur See, Lieutenant Jürgen Brandes, was in charge of all the close-range anti-aircraft weapons, which he controlled from the control position at the foot of the mainmast. This position also acted as a reserve signal station on the deckhouse deck. Oberleutnant zur See Soltau controlled the short-range anti-aircraft guns mounted forward from the gallery below the upper forward director tower. Here were mounted, one each side, the 2 quadruple-mounted Vierlinge 20 millimeter guns. The control of the short-range weapons was entirely independent of the 10.5 centimeter guns. At range shorter than 1,000 meters, 1,094 yards, they relied essentially on their 3.7 centimeter and 20 millimeter guns. 70 centimeter, 27.5 inch portable rangefinders were used for the short-range weapons. General. At long ranges, the 15 centimeter and at one time even the 38 centimeter guns were used against aircraft, but this resulted in the flak weapons being blanketed by the smoke of their own secondary armament and the smoke from bursting British shells. The 15 centimeter guns, when firing barrages, used time fuses, but were stated not to have fired at aircraft unless at night. A prisoner expressed astonishment at the daring with which torpedo bombers drove home their attacks, sometimes to within 150 meters of the ship. Rangefinders, Entfernungsmessgerät. In a report from the commanding officer of Maori, following conversation with prisoners, it was stated that Bismarck had 15 rangefinders, 4 of which were for HA work, and 1 each side for secondary armament only, the remainder being in turrets. This information is substantially, although not entirely, confirmed by other prisoners. The rangefinders used in connection with the primary and secondary armaments were stereoscopic, manufactured by Zeiss, had a base of 10 meters, 32.8 feet, and effective range of 25 kilometers, 27,340 yards, with a magnification of 50. These rangefinders were situated as follows: 1 on the Voormars, above the upper director tower, 2 above the Vordere stand, lower fore director tower, 3 above the Achterer stand, after control tower, abaft the mainmast, 4 further 10-meter rangefinders were fitted, 1 in each of the primary armament towers. No rangefinders appear to have been fitted in the secondary armament turrets. As previously mentioned, the ranges taken in the primary armament turrets, although passed to the plotting rooms, were not seriously considered, as they were thought to be unreliable and probably only made use of them in local control. The long-range flak used 3-meter, 9.8 feet rangefinders, also stereoscopic and manufactured by Zeiss, and had an effective range of 15 kilometers, 16,404 yards, with a magnification of 25. These instruments were combined range, direction, and height finders, gyroscopically stabilized, and were situated, one in each of the 4 Flaklichtstand, as previously described in 7.6b. Short-range flak used 70 centimeters, 27.5-inch portable range finders. It is not known how many of these were in actual use. 3 range-taking ratings manned each of the 10-meter and 3-meter rangefinders, and it was stated that the ship carried 35 trained range-taking ratings who took great pride in their instruments, which they considered superior to those of any nation. These ratings required to be specially endowed with stereoscopic vision. No information is available as to whether ranges of splashes could be obtained. Kapitänleutnant Knapp was the rangefinder officer and in charge of all rangefinders and range takers. Aircraft. Bismarck was equipped with 4 Arado 196 aircraft, but did not use them during this cruise owing to the rough sea and the necessity of reducing speed to re-embark. It was also stated that the catapults had been damaged in the course of the action. The Arado 196 is a low-wing 2-seater monoplane with 260 horsepower BMW radial engine, giving a cruising speed of 240 kph, 129 knots, and maximum speed of 275 kph, 184 knots. The ceiling is 16,000 feet, and range 3 to 5 hours according to speed. Petro tanks are in the floats. Total capacity 800 liters, 176 gallons. Petrol storage was provided in Section 10, starboard and port, on the lower platform deck outside the turbine rooms and protected on the outside by empty compartments, Flutzeil. The armament consisted of 2 machine guns and a 20mm cannon in each wing. A 50-kilogram bomb can be carried under each wing, which are of the folding type. A built-in camera using 9 by 12 centimeter films is fitted. 2 single hangars facing aft, one each side of the funnel, were fitted, and the forepart of the deck house on the superstructure abaft the catapults formed the hangar for the other 2 aircraft. Ship's boats were stowed above this deck house. The aircraft were run into the hangar's nose first, but could only do so with the upper propeller blade vertical. Aircraft could not be left on the catapult longer than necessary owing to the risk of damage by blast should the anti-aircraft guns have to be fired. 4 pilots and 2 GAF officer observers were carried. In addition to the 2 GAF officers, 2 naval officers flew as observers. The remaining personnel was 6 mechanics and an instruments mechanic. 6 naval ratings under a petty officer operated the catapults. The 2 catapults, stated to be capable of being trained 30 degrees and 40 degrees, were fitted on the superstructure deck between the hangars. Training was not used in practice, the ship being turned to enable the aircraft to take off into the wind. The cradle supported the aircraft under the cockpit and tail. The catapults were actuated by compressed air. Electrically operated cranes, used also for the boats, were used to lift the aircraft onto the cradle. Air pressure forced the catapult rails outward about 8 meters, or 26 feet, to project above the upper deck. Aircraft could be catapulted when the ship was making 20 knots. It was stated that the 4 aircraft could be airborne within 30 minutes. Aircraft, air crews, and technical ground personnel are supplied to ships of the German Navy by Gruppe 196. The 4 aircraft in Bismarck belonged to 5196, which is the Staffel, based at Cherbourg. The crest of Group 196 is a seahorse. The units of the German Navy carrying aircraft were given as follows: Bismarck, 4 aircraft; Scharnhorst, 2 aircraft; Gneisenau, 2 aircraft; Hippe, 2 aircraft; Prinz Eugen, 1 aircraft; Admiral Scheer, 1 aircraft; Lützow, 1 aircraft. Damage Control Organization. The main Damage Control Center was in Section 14 on the upper platform deck next to the lower conning tower, Commando Central. Frigate Captain, Senior Commander Oels, the second in command, was stationed in the lower conning tower and was in charge of the damage control parties with an engineer officer. The Reserve Damage Control Center, Leckwehrhilfszentrale, was in Section 10, part of the Turbine Control Room Center, situated below the armor deck between the starboard and port turbine rooms. There were in all 6 damage control parties, Leckwehrgruppe, each 26 men in charge of a chief mechanician, each party being responsible for 3 or more of the main longitudinal sections of the ship. These parties were responsible for the pumping out or flooding of any compartment dealing with fires or gas, and also repairing leaks. Each damage control party included the following subdivisions: A. LA, Leck Arbeitsgruppe, Leak Party, 1 petty officer and 3 ratings to repair holes in ship's sides or compartments. B. BA, Brandabwehrgruppe, Fire Party, 1 petty officer and 3 ratings to deal with fires. C. GA, Gasabwehrgruppe, Anti-Gas Party, 1 petty officer and 3 ratings to deal with gas. D. P-Gruppe, Pumpengruppe, 1 petty officer and 3 ratings to undertake pumping and flooding. E. BU, Befehlsübermittler, 1 petty officer and 2 ratings as messengers for transmitting orders if telephone system failed. F. 1 Meister, Carpenter. G. Luftgruppe, Ventilation Party, 1 petty officer to deal with ventilation requirements within the sections controlled by his Leckwehrgruppe. H. Sicherungsposten, Safety Posts, 6 ratings posted in key positions within each group to report damage to the Gruppenführer. There were 10 electrically driven fixed salvage pumps, rotary type, the motors being manufactured by Siemens, and the pumps by Blom and Voss. Their location and sections they dealt with were as follows: pump number, location, section they could pump, etc. The method of pumping section 14 through 8, or the pumps used, is not known, but it is presumed that the bilge pumps is in the boiler rooms, turbine rooms, and auxiliary machinery rooms could deal with compartments in these sections. It was stated that the capacity of each of the above electric pumps was 600 cubic meters per hour, or 21,189 cubic feet per hour. A chief petty officer acted as Pumpmeister in general charge of the pumps and was stationed in the damage control center. Flooding of the Flutsäle, flooding compartments, and Trimsäle, trimming tanks, was carried out via the C connections to the above pumps. Air pressure was not employed to clear compartments of water. Each party was connected by telephone to the center. The parties were stationed on the armor deck from where the suction valves and flooding could be operated. In addition, the flooding and suction valves could be operated from the battery deck, shaft control being employed throughout. The starters for the fixed salvage pumps were automatic and fitted at pumps. The control switches, however, being below the armor deck and operated by shaft gearing from either above the armor deck or from battery deck. A number of transportable salvage pumps, rotary type, were available. These were operated by compressed air at a pressure of 140 pounds per square inch. Fire appliances. 6 electrically driven fire pumps, rotary type, were fitted, their exact location being unknown. They delivered into a fire main supplying all compartments and all sections of the ship. All were in use in action, but normally only 2 would be in use. It was stated that the normal consumption was 80 amperes, given a pressure at the pump of 128 pounds per square inch and a pressure of about 60 pounds per square inch at the highest point. The motors were manufactured by Sachsenwerk near Dresden and the pumps by Blohm and Voss. Minimax hand fire extinguishers, a chemical type of extinguisher, were fitted in all compartments. These were about 1.5 feet long. In addition, foam fire extinguishers, Schaumfeuerlöscher, 4-sided containers about 2 feet high and 1 foot in diameter, carried on the back, were available for each of the damage control parties. Hoses could be brought into the turrets from the upper deck. 6 fire parties, Brandabwehrgruppe, were included in the damage control organization. See section 7.9. Anti-gas protection. The ship's company had been issued with gas masks, which had been tested with tear gas more than once, the most recent instance of a test being February 1941. In addition, each man carried a tube containing Losantin tablets, which, when moistened and applied to the skin, prevents burning as a result of contact with poison gas, Blaukoruß. Blaukoruß gas was expected in either bombs or shells in either liquid or gas form. A number of petty officers had completed a 6-week anti-gas course at Kiel, and of these some were selected to form 6 anti-gas parties, consisting of a petty officer and 2 stokers. These parties were termed Gasabwehrgruppen and were stationed on the battery deck. They were responsible as follows: First party, stern to section 3, second party, sections 4 and 5, third party, sections 6 to 8, fourth party, sections 9 to 13, fifth party, sections 14 to 16, sixth party, sections 17 to bow. Gas parties were responsible through the damage control organization to the damage control center, Leckwehrzentrale, in section 14 on the upper platform deck. Gas parties were supplied with rubber suits, boots, gloves, and sovesters, which fitted the gas mask closely, and were also furnished with supplies of Losantin in powder form. It is not known what the composition of Losantin was, but it was intended to be used in conjunction with water as a decontaminating agent against Blaukoruß gas. One prisoner stated that gas was detected by a powder which discolors in the presence of gas. Other gases mentioned were Grünkruß and Weißkruß, the later being also termed Reichsgruß, tear gas. Prisoners were, however, not clear how each of the gases was to be dealt with. In general, a gassed compartment would be evacuated, exhaust and supply ventilation closed, then decontaminated, and finally ventilation put into operation again. There are some grounds for believing that one or more anti-gas parties were detailed for the upper deck. It was stated that gas masks issued to personnel stationed in control positions were fitted with microphone attachments, Gasmaskenmikrofon, to render orders clearly audible to the wearers. These attachments could be connected to transmitters and receivers to facilitate communications. Magazine cooling, flooding, spraying, ventilation, and fire arrangements. Cooling. 2 magazine cooling plants, Munitions Kühlmaschinen, were fitted, one situated in section 17 on the lower platform deck amidships, and one on the same deck in section 6 on the port side. These cooling plants were electrically driven using CO2 gas and brine. Cooling pipes were led into each magazine, and control was from the cooling machine rooms. It was stated that an AK thermostatic regulating system for regulating the temperature electrically operating was used. Flooding. Flooding valves were fitted in all magazines and could be operated either locally or from the main deck by shaft gearing. It was stated that the larger magazines could be flooded in 2 minutes. Spraying. In addition to magazine flooding arrangements, a spraying system, Berieselungsanlage, was also fitted. These sprays were fitted on the roofs of the magazines and could be operated for each magazine from the loading chamber and also by the shaft gearing from the main deck. It was stated that the supply for the sprays was from the fire main. Ventilation. The ventilation system is generally described in 7.13. Ventilation supply and exhaust valves were fitted to each magazine, but these could only be operated locally. The magazine temperatures obtained only within the magazines were logged each watch. It was stated that the highest limit permitted was 25 degrees centigrade, 77 degrees Fahrenheit, but the temperature did not normally exceed 21 degrees centigrade, 69.8 degrees Fahrenheit. Fire arrangements. The normal fire main and hoses were available for each magazine, and in addition, a supply of Minimax portable fire extinguishers was available in each loading chamber. Ventilation system, Lüftungsanlage. Each of the 22 main longitudinal sections had its own separate ventilation system. For each section, 2 or more supply fans, Zullüfter, and 2 or more exhaust fans, Ablüfter, were fitted. These fans were fitted on the battery deck for the ventilation of compartments on that deck, and on main deck for compartments on main deck and compartments below. The fans were sometimes fitted in separate ventilating compartments. The largest of the main supply trunks, Schächte, were stated to have a sectional area of 60 centimeters by 60 centimeters, 23 inches by 23 inches, excluding those used in the turbine engine rooms and boiler rooms. Some 200 ventilating fans were used, but the power is not known. They were manufactured and supplied by the AEG Berlin. A mechanician was in charge of the ventilating system and was kept informed of ventilation requirements by means of telephone or messenger to the ventilation workshop in section 13 on the main deck. It was his duty to see that the necessary fans were started and sluice valves opened. A ventilation party termed Luftergruppe was included in each of the 6 damage control parties. Section 7.9. Some of the living spaces and the turbine control room, Maschinenmaat, in section 10 could be supplied with cooled air, the coolers being supplied with water from the fire main. Supply and exhaust valves to individual compartments were operated in the compartments themselves. Air supply could not be heated. Heating of living spaces was provided by steam heaters separate from the ventilation system. Some of the living spaces situated before the fore turret, which in heavy weather could not use direct air supply, were fitted with circulating fans, which circulated the air through filters and purifiers. Radio direction finding. It has not been possible to obtain reliable information regarding radio direction finding from prisoners, as none of them was immediately concerned with this equipment, and regarding which the utmost secrecy is observed. This equipment is referred to as DT, the significance of these letters being unknown. Neither was any information obtained regarding wavelength employed. Prisoners interrogated had no knowledge of any small cone-shaped transmitters being fitted in the turrets or elsewhere. Several prisoners, however, referred to mattress types of aerial arrays being fitted aloft. These aerials were referred to as E-Mesgerät and were stated to be mattress-shaped, measuring 4 by 2.5 meters, or 13 by 8 feet, with a breadth of less than 3 feet. 2 of these aerials were stated to be fitted on the foremast, one operating to starboard, one to port, and a third was fitted aft, possibly on the Achterstand. Prisoners stated that an officer and 3 specialists to operate this equipment came on board Bismarck at Gottenhafen the day before the ship sailed, and it seemed probable that this personnel was only lent to the ship and was not part of the regular complement. As ranges taken by this means were apparently not received in the plotting rooms, it is surmised that these ranges were reported direct to the gunnery control officers, who may have used them at their own discretion. It was stated that this radio direction finding equipment was controlled from the conning tower. An effective range of 30 kilometers, 32,809 yards, was mentioned. One prisoner stated that the DT equipment had been developed and improved from similar gear fitted in French ships, and that this gear had detected destroyers at a distance of 35 miles. Wireless telegraph. Bismarck had 3 wireless telegraph offices, A, B, and C. Wireless telegraph office A, Funkraum A, was in section 15 on the starboard side on the middle platform deck. Wireless telegraph office B was in the same section 15 but on the port side of the upper platform deck. Wireless telegraph office C was in section 9 on the battery deck and was used in peacetime primarily for broadcasting music and news and dealing with non-secret signals. Meteorology. There were 3 meteorological specialists on board Bismarck, the senior of which was a Dr. Externbrink, chief meteorologist, and the junior lieutenant, Nautischer Assistant Lothar Balzer, who was the only survivor. This prisoner stated that he received weather reports from DDX near Berlin, which he had to decode and hand to his superiors. It is thought that this station was linked up with the Marine Wetterdienst, the naval meteorological station at Wilhelmshaven. Meteorological watch, Bordwettwarte, on board was carried out from a position in the Vormars. This organization had to report the weather to Germany every 3 hours, day and night, commencing at 0300 German summertime. This officer stated that strong winds from the northwest, strength 7-9, prevented aircraft and U-boats arriving as anticipated. He also mentioned that after the torpedo attack delivered from Ark Royal at 20:55, 26th May, a U-boat was in the neighborhood. It was stated that a meteorological station and school was established in Brest, where 22 men formed the staff. It was understood that the chief meteorological station, Hauptwetterdienstbureau, in Schiphol, Holland, telegraphed daily to Brest, the call, however, requiring 2.5 hours. Anti-mine devices. Bismarck was degaussed, apparently by coils round the ship, but no details are known. Ship was stated to be fitted with paravanes, Ottergerät, to be used both from bow and amidships. These had not been used during the final cruise, and had been exercised only once in the Baltic. A bow protection device, Bogschutzgerät, was fitted, whether for acoustic or magnetic mines is not known. It was used in mined areas. This device consisted of a tube about 2 feet in diameter and length 13 feet to 14 feet, fitted low down in a bow compartment, Bogschutzraum, in section 22. This tube had to contain some kind of electrical apparatus. Searchlights. Scheinwerfer. Searchlights, the largest of which were stated to have a minor diameter of 1 meter, 39 inches, were fitted, according to prisoners, in the following positions: 3 on the Vormars, 1 central and 1 on each side. On a platform abaft the funnel, 1 each side. 1 each side abreast the mainmast above the deckhouse deck. 1 further aft above the deckhouse. The searchlights, center, and workshops were situated in Section 7 on the main deck. Steering gear and compasses. Bismarck had 2 rudders. The rudder gear was fitted in Section 1 below the armor deck, starboard and port. The rudder motors, starboard and port, and hand steering gear, starboard and port, were in Section 2 on the upper platform deck below the armor deck. 1 motor could operate both rudders, but both motors were used in action. The rudder motors were controlled electrically from the steering positions. There were 7 steering positions in the ship, as follows: 1. The bridge, Friedenstand. 2. Admiral's bridge. 3. Upper conning tower, Vorderer Kommandostand. 4. Lower conning tower, Kommando Zentrale. 5. After control tower, Achtererstand. 6. Turret B, emergency action position. 7. Hand steering compartment. It is not known whether there were magnetic compasses in position other than 1, 2, and 7. 2 gyro compasses, Anschutz Kiel, were fitted, 1 in Section 8 middle platform deck to starboard, and 1 next to the lower conning tower, Kommando Zentral, in Section 14 upper platform deck. Transformers gave an AC supply at 55 to 65 volts. Some 15 to 20 repeaters were operated. Smoke screen apparatus. Nebelanlage. Prisoners referred to a smoke screen apparatus which was apparently fitted in a tower, Nebelturm, probably on the deckhouse deck, in the after part of the ship. No information was obtained regarding method of operation. An attempt was made to use this apparatus after action with the Hood, so as to avoid further action with Prince of Wales, and to shake off shadowing cruisers, but owing to the mislaying of the necessary spanners, this apparatus could not be brought into use. A number of smoke floats, Nebelboje, were carried. These were stated to be drum-shaped and weighed about 200 weight each, 2 men being required to handle them. Oil fuel. In the course of a conversation, Kapitänleutnant von Meulenheim-Vrechberg mentioned that in order to sail from Gottenhafen during the night, Bismarck had been unable entirely complete with fuel. He stated that they sailed with only 6,000 tons instead of approximately 8,000 tons, and that they were in fact 2,000 tons short of full stowage. A prisoner who had charge of the oil fuel storage pumps confirmed that the ship had sailed short of fuel, but estimated this shortage of 3,000 tons and stated that the ship sailed with 9,000 tons, being 3,000 tons short of her full capacity of 12,000 tons. Calculations made at the Admiralty from an official sketchbook published by Blom and Voss, the builders, and obtained from one prisoner, estimated the maximum fuel stowage as 8,500 tons, including 1,750 tons, which could be stowed in reserve bunkers. It seems, therefore, reasonable to assume that the ship sailed with 6,000 tons and had a total capacity of about 8,500 tons. The prisoner mentioned in paragraph 2 pointed out that the apparently large capacity was due to the ship having been designed for a very large action radius. He gave fuel consumption as follows: 18 knots economical speed 200 tons a day, 24 knots 500 tons a day, 26 knots 700 tons a day, 31 knots 900 tons a day. If these figures can be accepted, it may be deduced that from the time of sailing from Gotenhafen at 0200 19th May until the morning of 27th May when sunk, she used possibly 4,500 tons. It was further stated that owing to damage received during action with Hood, fuel bunkers in section 14 and 15 sustained entry of water, and likewise fuel in sections 20 to 22 could not be used owing to the inaccessibility of the suction valves through flooding. Thus about 1,000 tons, so it was stated, became unavailable. Accordingly, if she sailed with 6,000 tons, it seems probable that on the morning of 27th May her available fuel was down to about 500 tons and barely sufficient to take her to a French port. The shortage of fuel in Bismarck is confirmed by statements of prisoners who referred to signals made on 26th May to Gruppe West urgently requesting fuel, Brennstoff Ergänzungsdringend, and to which a reply was made that the Ermland had already sailed. Fuel stowage. A number of compartments in sections 1, 2, 3, 4, 20, 21, and 22, which normally were intended for trimming the ship, Trimzelle, could also be used for fuel, Reserve-Heizvorratbunker. That normal stowage bunkers, Heizvorratbunker, were in the double bottoms and in compartments outside the torpedo longitudinal bulkheads up to the slope of the armor deck, each side, the latter bunkers having empty protective compartments outside, Flutzellen, and action bunkers, Heizölgefechtvertragsbunker, or ready-use bunkers, were those in double bottoms below the boiler rooms in sections 11 and 13. Fueling at sea. Fueling at sea from tankers had been frequently exercised in the Baltic. It was stated that a number of 8,000-ton turbine-driven tankers had been completed just before the war, that they had a speed of 25 knots, and that under favorable conditions fueling could take place at 15 knots, the tanker normally keeping station ahead of the ship being refueled. Bismarck had 2 oil fuel storage pumps, Heizölförderpumpen, one in section 6 on lower platform deck starboard and one in section 15 lower platform deck to port. These were electrically driven geared pumps, maximum revolution 6,000 per minute, with a current consumption of 460 amps, giving a pressure of 150 pounds per square inch. It was stated that an 8,000-ton tanker could be emptied in 12 hours. The tanker's pumps and those of the Bismarck being used simultaneously. The fuel supply hoses, Obernahmeschlauch, were 5-meter, 16 feet, sections, and at each coupling was an eyelet through which a wire hawser about 1 1/4 inch diameter passed, which took the strain off the hose. The diameter of the supply hose was about 6 inches. The hose was led from the stern of the tanker through Bismarck's hawse pipe, the length of hose used being 150 to 200 meters, 492 feet, 656 feet. The hose could take a pressure of 140 pounds per square inch. One oil fuel supply stand pipe, Oilleitung, passed through section 21 and another in the after part of the ship. Messing, canteens, galleys, and refrigeration. 2 canteens were provided, one to serve the ship's company forward, situated on the battery deck on section 15, and one aft in section 8, also on the battery deck. A staff of 6 to 8 men manned each of these canteens. Beer, cigarettes, chocolate, biscuits, writing materials, etc. were sold. A substantial quantity of beer was consumed. This was sold in half-liter, 0.9 pint glasses at 30 pfennigs, about 4 pence. Beer was stowed in 50-liter casks in special compartments in sections 17 and 8, and it was indicated that some 500 to 1,000 casks could be carried. The beer was specially oxygenated before consumption. A portion of each canteen was reserved for petty officers' use. 2 galleys, kombusse, were provided for the ship's company and 1 for petty officers, in the same sections as the canteens, and an officer's galley in the superstructure. It was stated that 500 pig and 300 ox carcasses were carried on board, and it was calculated that sufficient provisions were on board to feed for one day a city of 250,000 inhabitants. The ship's refrigerating plant was located in section 15 on the upper platform deck. This operated electrically with CO2 gas. The refrigerating rooms were amidships in section 16 on the lower platform deck under turret B, and ACA thermostatic system was used for controlling the temperatures in the various compartments. All prisoners agreed that the food on board was a great improvement on the landlubber's diet. The actual bill of fare in the Bismarck for the last 2 days of her voyage, committed to paper by the writer who was responsible for typing them, was as follows: 25,541 breakfast, coffee, butter, jam. Lunch, potatoes with dumpling pudding. Dinner, tea, butter, egg, sausage. 26,541 breakfast, coffee, dripping. Lunch, soup, potatoes, sauce, meat, lemon. Dinner, coffee, butter, cheese, sausage. It will be noted that the actual food is chiefly bulk, soup and potatoes, and therefore, as accounts of most German prisoners of war describe the excellent and plentiful food in Germany, this statement is significant. Medical arrangements. Bismarck carried 3 medical officers, the senior of which was Oberstaatsarzt, Surgeon Commander, Dr. Hans Gunther Busch. The sick bay was forward on the battery deck. There were 2 action dressing stations, Verwundetenlagerraum, one forward on the main deck in section 16 abreast turret B, and the other aft in section 5 on the main deck. Section 8. Bismarck's supply ships. Some information regarding supply ships operating with Bismarck was obtained from Kapitänleutnant Wunderlich, a survivor from the Gonsenheim. Gonsenheim was included in the organization of Gruppe West, with headquarters in Paris. This organization was in charge of naval operations off the French west coast, including the operations of the Bismarck and Prince Eugen, and their supply ships. Gonsenheim, a 4,000-ton ex-Norwegian motor vessel, was manned by a mixed crew of 62, half of whom were drawn from the mercantile marine, and the other half from the Kriegsmarine, the latter consisting largely of naval reservists. Gonsenheim was only lightly armed with 2 machine guns on the bridge and 1 2-centimeter anti-aircraft gun. This ship sailed from Rotterdam on 30th April 1941, being escorted by 3 minesweepers, and made the passage to La Pallice in 3 or 4 days. About 21st May, Gonsenheim received orders from Gruppe West and sailed in ballast for a rendezvous where it was intended that any valuable cargoes from ships captured in convoy should be transferred to her, together with captured crews. On 4th June, Gonsenheim was sighted by a British auxiliary cruiser from which she escaped owing to her superior speed, but was later stopped by Renown, who sent a boarding party on board. But the crew had already taken steps to scuttle their ship. Gonzenheim was eventually sunk by 2 torpedoes and gunfire from Neptune. According to Wunderlich, tankers and supply ships were allotted certain areas by Gruppe West, and the warships concerned would rely on meeting their supply ships within the area specified on certain dates. Gonzenheim had intercepted a message from Bismarck to Gruppe West requesting fuel, to which Gruppe West had replied that the tanker Ermeland had already put to sea. It seems probable, however, that Ermeland returned to port after the sinking of Bismarck. Wunderlich referred to a further vessel, the Côte Penang, which had previously sailed under Norwegian or Dutch colors. It was stated that this ship was in command of Captain Lieutenant Horst Heinecke, who had recently served with Wunderlich in the Gneisenau. The Côte Penang sailed from Rotterdam for La Pallice, where Heinecke procured the papers of the Cotenupin, which had previously been sunk, and as which ship he now masqueraded. The Côte Penang sailed from La Pallice about the same time as the Gonzenheim, and, it was suggested, with the same mission. A former fishing vessel, the Sachsenwald, was reported by prisoners to have been operating from Bordeaux as a weather reporting vessel, and was ordered about 26th May to proceed to the scene of the action between Bismarck and the British naval forces to carry out rescue work. At the same time, the Spanish cruiser Canarias had been requested by the German naval authorities to assist in this work. Sachsenwald was the first to arrive on the scene and succeeded in picking up 100 survivors, whereas Canarias, on her arrival, found only some 100 floating corpses. The 100,000-ton tanker Friedrich Bremer was reported to have arrived at St. Nazaire about the middle of April from the Atlantic, where she had oiled the battle-cruiser Gneisenau. After approximately a month at anchor in the mouth of the Loire, she completed with fuel 8,000 tons and sailed for the Atlantic to oil either the Bismarck or Prince Eugen. This ship was intercepted by Sheffield and sunk at 1849, 12th June 1941, in position 44 degrees by 48 north, 24 degrees 00 west. Section 9. Other German main units. Tirpitz. According to various prisoner statements, Tirpitz arrived at Gotenhafen for trials in January 1941. Although reported to have been in Dockyard's hands in April, she was again undergoing trials in May in Danzig Bay. Tirpitz was seen for the last time by members of Bismarck's crew on or about 16th May, when both ships were underway. From prisoners' statements, it seemed unlikely that Tirpitz would be ready for sea until September. Prisoners expressed the opinion that Tirpitz was identical with Bismarck, although no doubt minor improvements would be embodied. Tirpitz would in any case be obliged to return to Hamburg after trials in the Baltic. Graf Zeppelin. Most prisoners agreed that the Graf Zeppelin was lying in Gotenhafen when Bismarck sailed on the 19th May. No work was being done upon her, and it was not intended to complete her. Although the guns had previously been mounted, they had since been removed. Lützow. Lützow was reported by prisoners to have been in Kiel in February 1941, and later to have been carrying out trials off Danzig, although her exact location when Bismarck sailed on 19th May is not known. Cruisers. It was stated by prisoners that Köln, Leipzig, Nuremberg, and Emden had not made any war cruises since April 1940. One prisoner of war who had served in Köln from July 1940 to April 1941 stated that this ship was in the Baltic together with the other cruisers mentioned above. For the most part, they were in Schweinmunde and Kiel, and before Bismarck sailed in Gottenhaven. Both Emden and Leipzig were being used as training cruisers, and it was stated that Leipzig had never properly recovered from being hit by a torpedo during the Norwegian campaign. This ship was stated to be incapable of more than 15 knots. NID note: these two ships are considered now operationally available. Schlesien and Schleswig-Holstein. Schlesien and Schleswig-Holstein had been seen in Gottenhaven shortly before Bismarck sailed. These ships were stated to have played some part in the Norwegian operations of April 1940, but have since been used only as training ships. It was stated that the 15-centimeter guns from Schleswig-Holstein had been removed and mounted in merchant vessels. Seydlitz. Captain Lieutenant von Mordenheim-Rechberg stated that the next German warship to be completed would be the 10,000-ton cruiser Seydlitz. Karlsruhe. A prisoner stated that the Karlsruhe, whilst off Christiansand on 9th April 1940, had been hit by a torpedo from a submarine. The ship had heeled over to starboard and sunk. The crew was rescued by 2 torpedo boats, only 11 men being lost. Previous to that, Karlsruhe had made no war cruise. Großdeutschland. The Großdeutschland, a larger ship than the Bismarck, which had been laid down at Bloemenvos, Hamburg, was, according to one prisoner, being dismantled. Section 10. U-boats and other vessels. U-boats. Captain Lieutenant von Mordenheim-Rechberg stated that at present, in Germany, only U-boats and destroyers were being built, and he emphasized the shortage of officers for the U-boat arm, necessitating the inclusion of many older officers in this branch of the service. Another officer mentioned that naval officers previously serving with the GAF were now being transferred to U-boats. This is known to be a fact. Apart from a statement that 3 500-ton U-boats were seen at Gottenhaven prior to Bismarck sailing, most of the information regarding U-boats concerns prisoners' observations while in Hamburg. It was stated that during Bismarck's period in Hamburg, from December 1940 to March 1941, 10 completed 300 or 500-ton boats were seen leaving the yards. As, however, according to a prisoner, the whole area was jealously guarded. Not much reliance can be placed on these statements. It was variously stated that 25 to 50 boats were being built at Hamburg, some of which at Blom and Voss yards, where said to be one boat was completed every week. It was mentioned in respect to U-boats building in Hamburg that the pressure hulls, motors, diesels, and batteries came from inland factories by rail, the pressure hulls being transported in complete sections entirely welded. The batteries were stated to be Varta make. Another prisoner stated that U-boats were being built at 17 different yards, which were as follows: Blom and Voss, Hamburg; Deutsche Werke, Kiel; Germania, Kiel; Kriegsmarinewerft, Kiel; Schischau, Danzig; Neptunwerk, Rostock. The other U-boat building yards were at Pillau, and other small Baltic yards, of which mention was made of Lübeck, where it was stated 500-ton boats were being constructed. It was stated that Kriegsmarinewerft Kiel, an amalgamation of the Marine Arsenal and Holdvault concern, only commenced building U-boats in January 1941. At the Neptunwerk Rostock, 15 U-boats of 500 tons had been laid down. At this yard were employed some 2,500 workers, who, in addition to U-boat construction, were turning out vessels of about 3,000 tons of unspecified type. It was stated that a Dutch U-boat was in commission and had been observed lying near the school ship Schlagiter at Kiel. Depot ships. 1. During June 1940, naval personnel were living on board the Pretoria at Danzig. 2. During June 1940, some ratings detailed for service in the Bismarck were accommodated in the New York at Danzig. This ship later moving to Gottenhafen and in August to Hamburg. 3. Monte Serramento was stated to be moored at Kielwick in October 1940 with a number of naval ratings on board. 4. The Atticus is known to have been at Hamburg from April to August 1940 to accommodate ratings awaiting draft. 5. The school ship Schlagiter was stated to be at Kiel and being used for training officer cadets from the lower deck. Kadettenoffizier Sonswarten. 6. It was intended to sail the Gorchfock to Gottenhafen as depot ship. 7. The Horst Wessel was to proceed to Alsund as training ship for Hitlerjugend. Raiders. The AMC Neumünster was said to have been acting as a commerce raider. Minesweepers. Minenzugboote. It was stated that minesweepers were being constructed in Stettin, Danzig, and Lübeck, and also in Hamburg at the Deutsche Werft and Stolkenwerft. These minesweepers were stated to be from 300 to 900 tons, turbine-driven, and some of them capable of 32 knots. Depending on the size, they had crews of 40 to 60 men. A prisoner mentioned that the recently completed Hella, Commander-in-Chief's dispatch vessel, was built by Stolkenwerft. Destroyers. Zerstörer. It was stated that a Narvik-class destroyer was being built at Bremenhaven and other destroyers at Wilhelmshaven. Section 11. Naval bases. Kiel. Little information regarding Kiel was obtained from Bismarck survivors, as the ship was almost exclusively in Hamburg or Gottenhafen, except for a short stay of about 10 days in March 1941. One prisoner mentioned that a large number of Danish workmen were employed in the Kiel yards and factories. This arrangement had by no means proved satisfactory, the Danish workmen being disinclined to work and being unpunctual. As the German workmen were receiving only half the wages that were paid to the Danes, considerable dissatisfaction resulted. It was mentioned that just before Christmas, the Flottenkommando, Admiral LÜTJENS, Commander-in-Chief and staff, moved from Trouville to Kiel. In Trouville, the Commander-in-Chief had been established at the Hôtel de Paris since November 1940. On arrival in Kiel, the Admiral and staff embarked in the Hella, the newly completed Commander-in-Chief's dispatch vessel. It was stated that at Trouville and also at Kiel, Fregatkapitän Captain Kaiser was Chief of Staff. It was stated during one air raid several streets were destroyed and over 200 persons killed. Gottenhafen. Prisoners explained the concentration of a large portion of Germany's naval strength in Gotenhafen as a precaution against British air attack. In the spring of 1941, it was decided to enforce blackout restrictions and strengthen the anti-aircraft defenses of this harbor, but according to one prisoner, this was not due to fear of the RAF, but rather to expected attack from Russia. The concentration of troops on both sides of the Russo-German frontier had already commenced before Bismarck sailed, and there were even rumors at that time that the ship would remain in the Baltic. Although the harbor has been well planned for some of the buildings converted for naval requirements, facilities for warship refits do not appear to be available at present, but it was suggested that in the near future the Danzig yards would be adopted for naval use. One prisoner stated that there is a torpedo experimental station, Torpedo Obersuchsanstalt, at Gotenhafen, and also a U-boat training school, as several U-boats were observed exercising from this base. Plön. One petty officer prisoner had been employed in training crews for raiders at Plön. He was unable to give details, but mentioned that the crew of Raider number 26 had been trained whilst he served in this capacity. Wilhelmshaven. According to prisoners, both the Central Post Office and police barracks had been hit in a recent air raid, and it was also mentioned that British prisoners of war had been interrogated in a building close to the Jachmann barracks. Serious fires had occurred in the residential district of Bootsmannhausen, and the wives and children of naval ratings had been very largely transferred to the interior of Germany. Rostock and neighborhood. Aerodromes. It was stated that in the neighborhood of Rostock there were 4 aerodromes, 2 of these being testing grounds for Heinkels and one other firm. At Warnemünde is situated a flying school, and there is a further aerodrome and also a base for seaplanes at this place. There was stated to be a large aerodrome at Rüttnitz. Lorient. It was stated that the old ex-German cruiser Strasbourg was lying at the mole in Lorient, and that there was also an old French cruiser present. Sabotage in Hamburg and occupied territories. Prisoners referred to acts of sabotage in both France and Holland. It was mentioned that a number of men had met with mysterious deaths, and in Le Havre a great many drowned had been pulled out of the docks, etc. Kapitänleutnant Junak, the surviving engineer officer of Bismarck, who had previously been employed in the Gestapo, stated that he was unaware of a single case of sabotage in any large ship in Hamburg, but he admitted that such acts were committed in smaller ships. Appendix 1. Officers known to have been on board Bismarck when sunk. Abrogated. Commander of the fleet, Admiral Gunther LÜTJENS. Commanding officer, Captain zur See Ernst Lindemann. Second in command, Frigate Captain Oels. Divisional officer and section leaders, 18 in number. Gunnery officers, 7 in number. Engineer officers, 8. Administrative officers and paymasters, 3. Medical officers, 3. Meteorological officers, 3. Other officers about whom particulars are unknown, 3. Names abrogated. Appendix 2. List of survivors of Bismarck, numbering 110. Appendix 3. Translation from a diary belonging to Maschinenmaat Willi Gräf. On Monday, 19th May, 1941, we prepared for sea at 0200 in the harbor of Gotenhaven and proceeded at 27 knots on a westerly course. At 0930, the ship proceeded to the northward of Bornholm, Danish. At 11:30, we proceeded at from 9 to 12 knots into Kiel Bay. The following ships assembled: Bismarck, Prince Eugen, 2 mine bumpers, destroyers Friedrich Eckholt and Hans Lodi. The squadron passed the lightship Fernharm Belt at 2100. From this point, course was steered to the Great Belt. On Tuesday morning, 20th May 1941, the mine bumpers parted company, and 1 destroyer from the Narvik flotilla joined up with us. Course was continued at 17 knots through the Kattegat to Skagen, 3 minesweepers ahead of us. At 13:45, 3 drifting mines were sunk by fire, and the alarm was given, close watertight doors. After this, the minesweepers parted company, and the 3 destroyers acted as a screen for the Bismarck and Prince Eugen. At 20:30, war watches were set. At 20:50, the squadron passed Christiansand, 3 destroyers ahead, then Bismarck and Prince Eugen in line ahead. At 22:45, the last German minefield was passed, and British reconnaissance aircraft sighted in Bergen. 21:41, off Bergen on the Norwegian coast. 02:45 to 08:30, clear for action. At about 11:15, we entered a fjord to the southward of Bergen and anchored at a distance of from 500 to 600 meters from the shore. Alarm: enemy aircraft from 13:30 to 13:45. The weather was perfectly fine, so that we could lie on the forecastle in sports kit. The fjord is surrounded by rocks. 18:30, prepared for sea again and sailed at 19:45. 1 hour later, we were off the entrance of Sonja Fjord, and we dropped the pilot there and proceeded at 24 knots. 22:5:41, 0300, the destroyers parted company. We proceeded on a northerly course, and at 0700 we came in sight of Trondheim. 12:45, submarine alarm. Proceeded the whole day at 24 knots. In the evening at 2100 we were in 68 degrees north and 2 degrees west. 23:5:41, 0100, our course is 266 degrees. Proceeded through the Denmark Strait between Iceland and Greenland. 0400, speed 27 knots, ship's position 180 miles northeast of Iceland. 0710, position 68 degrees north and 11 degrees west. 10:30, position 68 degrees north and 15 degrees by 30 west. 12 o'clock. The clock was put back 1 hour. 12:40, course 250 degrees, speed 24 knots. 1900, clear ship for action, 1 cruiser of the London class in sight. She proceeded on a parallel course at 24 knots. Bismarck overhauled her. The gunnery officer received permission to open fire and fired 3 salvos. The cruiser disappeared out of sight, and later on 4 cruisers were in the vicinity, and 2 cruisers open-fired on each other. Later on, the cruisers were astern of us, and a periscope was sighted. The submarine submerged, and the cruisers disappeared out of sight. 22:15, action ceased. 22:30, ship's position 66 degrees north and 28 degrees west. 24:5:41, 04:43. Alarm, and at 04:40 the enemy opened fire. There were 2 battleships. Bismarck returned the fire. At the first salvo, the hood was struck and set on fire. After the second salvo, the ship blew up and sank within 6 minutes. The second ship was also on fire and turned away. 0500. Alarm. Enemy aircraft. The enemy came up with 10 aircraft and endeavored to deceive us by firing our recognition signals. They were, however, recognized and driven off. At 1507, ship's position was 59 degrees north and 36 degrees west, course 180 degrees. 1550, course 180 degrees. 2212, position 51 degrees north and 36 degrees west. 2235, 20 torpedo aircraft, 18 torpedoes fired. 25:5:41, position of ship 56 degrees north, 35 degrees west. Ship's position 54 degrees north and 34 degrees west. 1620, position 52 degrees north and 28 degrees west. 1920, 52 degrees north and 27 degrees west. On 25th March 1941, from noon onwards, the enemy was out of sight. 26:5:41, 0400, action stations. 0700, enemy squadron in sight in the distance. 0930, aircraft alarm. 10:26, 6 torpedo aircraft. 1200, submarine surfaced and fire was open on her. Doubtful whether she was sunk. 13:30, British aircraft report by wireless telegraph that they are being attacked by German fighters. Position of ship 48 degrees north and 14 degrees west. 16:30, course 120 degrees. Diary ends. Appendix 4. Translation of a diary belonging to another survivor of Bismarck. 19:5:41. 0200, left Gottenhafen. During the night of 19th-20th May, passed through the Great Belt into Kattegat. During the day of the 20th, up till 0500 of 21st May, passed through the Skagerrak and off the Norwegian coast. 20:5:41. 2000, anchored. 2200, weighed anchor. Proceeded on a northerly course. 22:5:41. 0800, passed the 64th degree of latitude. Proceeded through the passage between Norway and the Shetland Islands. 10:15, passed the 66th degree of latitude. 1100, passed the Arctic Circle. 11:33, sighted a mine. Our course has so far been 0 degrees. 12 noon, altered course to 324 degrees. 12:35, alarm, periscope, aircraft alarm. 14:30, off Iceland in the direction of Jan Mayen Island. 23:5:41. 10:45, commenced the passage through Denmark Strait. 17:05, alarm. 18:22, alarm. 19:28, opened fire. 24:5:41. 01:25, alarm. 2000, ship's time, 120 miles south of Greenland. 0500, alarm. Battlecruiser Hood sunk after 6 minutes. Range 18,000 to 20,000. 0507, sunk off Iceland, 42,100 BRT. Great jubilation. Prince Eugen, proceeded away to refuel. We are alone with 5 enemy units. 1750. Action with a heavy cruiser of the London class, but she turns away. 2305. Attacked by torpedo, which passes us to starboard. Attacked by bombs and torpedoes. During the course of the afternoon, we shot down 4 enemy aircraft. 25-5-41. 0003. 2 bombs were dropped, but without doing any appreciable damage. Of 16 torpedoes, none did any damage except 2 which struck the side of the ship, but without penetrating. The ship was steered from compartment 2. 1 casualty. 1150. The Commander-in-Chief addressed the crew. 1850. Bismarck has reached the declared area of German U-boats, but there is little chance of meeting with British main forces, but it is probable that German U-boats will be encountered. 1300. Ship's position 53 degrees 56 north and 30 degrees 27 west. 2000. Ship's position 52 degrees by 15 north, 27 degrees 16 west. 25-5-41. 0400. Ship's position 58 degrees by 16 north and 23 degrees by 16 west. 0600. Ship's position 49 degrees by 48 north and 23 degrees by 42 west. 0950. Aircraft alarm. 1040 to 1100. Aircraft alarm. 1115. Aircraft alarm. 1655. Sighted small cruiser of the Southampton class, but she turned away. 1700. Ship's position 480 miles west of Finisterre. 1840. Battleships Nelson and Rodney are 240 miles astern of us. They have apparently made an error in our course. Luck is essential. 1855. Aircraft alarm. 1945. Alarm. Note: the next page has been torn out. Hit in number 2 compartment. Hand steering gear out of action. We are steering with the engines. The main and auxiliary armament is still functioning. Several aircraft shot down. 2130. The captain gave orders for our aircraft to start. 2230. Enemy aircraft have gone. 1 cruiser and several destroyers surround us. Sank 1 destroyer. 2350. Wireless message from the Führer to Battleship Bismarck. All our thoughts are with our victorious comrades. Signed, Führer and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. We are proceeding on a zigzag course in order to evade the enemy. 3 destroyers, 1 cruiser, and King George V. 27th, 5:41. 0145. From the Commander-in-Chief to the Captain, please inform the crew that early in the morning 81 Ju-87 will join us. In addition, 2 tugs and 1 tanker. The U-boats have received orders to close with Bismarck. K.I. has already arrived. 0215. One of the enemy has opened fire on us, but we do not reply. The ship is well darkened. 0230. Bismarck fired 2 salvos at an unknown ship which opened fire on us. It is now 0307. Everyone is eagerly awaiting the aircraft promised by the Führer. The ship is rolling heavily. 0330. The Commander-in-Chief of the Navy, by order of the Führer, has awarded the corvette captain, Commander Schneider, first gunnery officer, the knight insignia of the Iron Cross in recognition of his work in connection with the sinking of the battle cruiser Hood. 0430, our aircraft took off. One enemy unit, destroyers and cruiser in sight. Diary ends.